you. Nate, I'm just going to tell everyone we're starting in 3 minutes. Hello, hello. So everybody, welcome to day 2 of the Intact Global Conference. We're going to be starting in about 3 minutes, just to let you know, 10:10, just to make the timing easier. We're going to push the program back 10 minutes, or we have pushed it back 7. So we'll start at 10:10, just so you know. Although everyone appears ready right now, but we'll start in 2. Thank you. All right, John. Where's Justin? Okay. Oh, Nate. Where's Nate? Justin. All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome again to Intact Global's second annual conference, the second day. Everyone have a good time yesterday? Yeah? Give a round of applause for the speakers. You have a good time at the gala? right, honoring Carol Ann, which are Intact Global's inaugural Legacy of Courage Award, which we will continue in Carol Ann's honor until we succeed in our mission to protecting every child, right? So we have a great, great list of speakers, leaders, movers, shakers, lawyers. The doctors were yesterday, but lined up today to round out the conference. And also big round of applause because we raised about $30,000 last night for the Colorado Challenge. Which gets us almost to our goal of 50, which should, if things go similar in Oregon, get us to about as far as getting to a trial on the merits in Colorado, right? And so we're looking for our Lake Paraguay in Colorado. So that's right now, we're looking for a Colorado-based lawyer, but Lake, who's with us today, making Oregon happen. He'll be giving an update on the Oregon litigation later. And so I'll be making pitches for donations throughout the day, so don't worry. But and also on the stream. But it is my great pleasure to introduce another lawyer and leader of the movement, friend of mine, the old guard who got us where we are and have effectively mobilized much of the medical community against this medically unnecessary and harmful procedure. He is the executive director of Doctors Opposing Circumcision, DOC. Let's give a big round of applause for our leadoff speaker, John Gisher. You're welcome, John. Oh, can we get him a water? Thank you, Shay. You'll get a brand new one on the house. Yeah. And just be careful of the laptop.
Well, let's put it here.
Let's not put it there.
Let's put it some. How about over here?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can put it right here.
Okay. Oh, good. That makes perfect sense.
There you go.
Super. Okay. Thank you, sir. Well, good morning. And Eric, thanks for the invite to speak. I appreciate it. I should mention I worked for DOC for 25 years and pro bono, as you can imagine. And I'm very proud of that fact. It's my pay it forward for my lifetime on this issue. So let's roll. Whoops. Eric? Where's Eric? Did it move? Oh, it moved. Okay. Well, here's the team, or at least the board. In the upper left-hand corner is George Denniston, who started DOC in 1995. And below him is the vice president of DOC, Mark Reese, about whom more in a moment. Some of the members are here today. Matt Mason in the lime shirt there at the table. And next to him, Dr. Leif Thompson of Alaska, members of the board. So, and my wife, Michelle, is also a member of the board. So I'm sad to say, though, this doesn't seem to... Possible problem?
Yeah, well, I have a backup one. I don't know what the problem is.
Battery, probably?
I don't think so.
Oops. Is this the one that does the fancy thing?
No.
Oh, darn. I was hoping for that fancy thing where you could use the spotlight. Did I touch this thing?
Let me see. Let's see what's going on. It was working just now. Let's see.
Wow.
Oh, you just go like that,
Should I just do the keyboard?
Oh, you know why? It's because you clicked out of the program, so it should work.
I didn't touch it. Honest to God.
Okay, well, it's working.
All right. Thanks, Eric. I appreciate that. Well, I'm sad to say that we lost our vice president last year, Mark Reese, who was a valuable member of the DOC team and was also very active in other intactivist groups. Mark was a radiologist by training. He was the executive VP of DOC. He was an early adopter, we call him. I used to call him founder, and he corrected me on that. He said, I'm an early adopter, I'm not a founder. So he was a concert pianist. Some of you may not know that. And he was a generous DOC donor, and he created the celebrants list, which is very important. And he's a big supporter of Brukim and Beyond the Bris, Jewish organizations to welcome families who have not circumcised their son and have done instead a Brit Shalom. So we'll miss Mark. There's Leaf, whom I've introduced. He's a new member. Not here is Dr. David Jones, who's our OB on the board. And I love his quote. He said he was, when he was hired at another institution, he said he was hired on the understanding that he would be a conscientious objector who would neither perform nor train staff trainees to perform circumcisions, which empowered others at that institution to stop as well. And Dr. Jones has spoken on the topic on grand rounds and continues to advocate for his body, his choice, which is, I think, a great motto. No doubt about it. Also here, a new member is David Balashinsky, a PT, who's also on the board of directors for Brookheim, as I understand. So there's some crossover there, which I like. So my presentation is called Willful Ignorance because it's baffling to me. I've been doing this work for 25 years. I've handled 1,800 cases of children injured by forced retraction, usually at well baby visits. And I'm sort of baffled by whether it's just pure ignorance or whether it's something more sinister. I'm not sure yet, and I'll let you figure that out. So people often joke about what the LLM is behind my name. It's actually Latin. But I had a question one time in a baby fair, and they say, "Are you a licensed lay midwife?" And I said, "I'd be honored to be a licensed lay midwife because we have too few midwives and probably just the right quantity of lawyers, not needing any extras." So I'm expecting, though, dang it. I'm expecting, though, somebody to ask me if it stands for large language model. So anyway, it's just an extra law degree, no big deal. All right, a little anatomy. This will be easy for lots of you, but maybe for some it's new. This graphic is Dan Bollinger's graphic in a wonderful brochure he has called the Wee Willie pamphlet. And when a child is in utero, the foreskin begins to grow alongside the penis. And then it eventually starts closing toward the end, toward the meatus in the second trimester. And at birth, there has that wonderful little tiny pucker at the end called the acropastion, much prized in ancient times, by the way, but not prized in American culture, apparently. But anyway, from birth to approximately age 10 years, that attachment breaks down. It's a protective attachment. It protects the organ during the years when the child doesn't need it for anything other than urinate. And it slowly breaks down, but what it leaves behind is a space, and that space has immune active substances in it, which is why we advise men who are intact not to bathe too aggressively, because of course, if you're wiping away what is an immune secretion, you're losing some protection. So the structure is important. It slowly grows forward in utero. It's fully fused to the glands. It's not a birth defect or an adhesion, despite what you hear people say. This thing's driving me crazy. All right. By the way, I'm baffled by why I have a cup of beef jerky as part of the supply. This is Intact Global's illustrative attempt. So anyway, I thought to myself, oh, I should ask ChatGPT or Gemini, one of the big large language models, about the foreskin. So that was my query. I typed in, do newborn boys have penile adhesions that must be broken open or lysed for their health? Pretty straightforward question. I expected a torrent of horrible advice because there are thousands and thousands of websites that large language models seek out and vacuum up, who they could vacuum up really, really bad advice. But actually the advice was pretty straightforward. Answer, in newborn boys, the attachment of the foreskin to the head of the penis is a normal physiological condition that does not require breaking or lysis for their health. This natural adhesion usually separates on its own over the first several years of life, a process often completed by age 5, but sometimes lasting until puberty. Medical experts strongly advise against trying to force these natural attachments to break. Well, that's about as good a summary as you could want on this topic. Yeah. So my compliments to the AI on that. Once again, I guess I'll use the keyboard here. There we go. All right, so to describe the cases we've handled over 25 years, 1,800 of them, 90% occur at well baby visits. 90% of them, the child was under 3 years old. 75%, the parents are criticized for crappy hygiene. 100%, they are given injurious and irrational hygiene advice for their boy. 2% of them, the parents felt obliged to resist the RN or MD by grabbing their arm or grabbing the baby, which I find interesting. By the way, just for fun, and I think I may have mentioned this last year, I've had 2 cases of women in Indiana who took their child to a well baby visit while packing heat. Apparently you can buy a purse with a gun holster in the back. I didn't know this. And they both were packing heat in case the doctor forcibly retracted their boy, which, I mean, it says something about Indiana, my wife's home state. I don't know if it's good or not, but one of them said that the doctor got so close to retracting that she reached into her purse and had her hand on the butt of her little pearl-handled pistol to stop him. I found that interesting. Okay, we have a complaints online portal for people whose child has been forcibly retracted. We encourage them to ask us to make a formal complaint. The reason for doing that is educational, because you're educating the state medical licensing people, you're educating all the clinic members of that particular clinic, and I always send a copy to the American Academy of Pediatrics, and I send a copy to Joint Commission, and I send a copy to the state American Academy of Pediatrics, so that it's a large broadcast of people who get the information that intact boys do not need forcible retraction. So here's our intake form. It's on the website. You can check it out if you like. And now I'm going to give you a case history. This is one case. And the reason I picked this case is it's recent for a start, so I can remember it. Secondly, it's the only case I've ever had in 25 years where they shared the doctor's reasoning in her answer to our formal complaint. And they also shared their reasoning for why they dismissed the complaint. I'm sorry, that's the spoiler here. So here's the case history, and here's the mother's. This is a quote. Obviously, I don't identify her or her son. She says in her complaint, "It was aggressively, and he was fully retracted. I saw the purple red once his penis was fully exposed. He was screaming in pain and reaching for me to pick him up as she continued to keep him down, and at the end she stated, 'Okay, Mom, he's not going to like this.' That was the first time she said a thing to me during the process. It took approximately 30 to 40 seconds. Excuse me. Immediately after the appointment, every time he urinated, he screamed and cried as well as held his private area. This lasted for 3 days. I was so shocked at the incident while I was still in the office, I held it together until I got to the car. I cried immediately and couldn't stop crying, replaying what had just happened. I was so angry and hurt that my son was violated, and I did not consent to that and was also ignored. His penis appeared to be swollen, and he was very timid when I changed his diaper and fussed as well as said, ouch. I put him in warm water when we got home to soothe him. And by the way, this is not an unusual case. I've got a filing cabinet full of mothers with exactly this description, So our doc formal complaint has a personalized cover letter, which is quite thorough on the anatomy. And it's always personalized with the mother's name, the child's name, the doctor's name, the date and time, et cetera, of the occurrence. And then we send along our 9-page memo of medicine, which has comments from 5 standard texts on pediatrics, the pronouncement of 6 overseas pediatric authorities, and a picture of an injured boy that you saw very briefly yesterday in Ron's presentation. And I also enclosed Dan Bollinger's Wee Willie pamphlet, educational value, and lots more sent to every offending clinic member, National AAP, American Osteopathic Association, Joint Commission, et cetera. And that costs Doc about $75 just in postage and printing. All right, here's the formal reply of the physician, which I find interesting. She says, on the day of C's wellness visit, September 24, 2025, I laid C down on the exam table to the right of his mother. I then gently and easily partially retracted his uncircumcised foreskin and found penile adhesions that were almost to his urethra. Then I said to the mom, you see these adhesions stuck to the head of his penis? You may want to start gently pulling these back when you have him in the bathtub, because it's easier to do there. He's not going to like it when you pull them back, but it's not so bad when you do it regularly. Understand, this person is a fellow of the American Academy of Pediatrics, right? So here's my personal critique. I mean, this is in my head, of course. She partially retracted his uncircumcised foreskin. Okay, so far, if you only pull back the portion that isn't fused to the head of the penis, to the glans, that's okay. That's not completely reasonable. And then found penile adhesions that were almost to his urethra, to which I'm thinking, lady, those are not adhesions. I then said to the mom, you see these adhesions stuck to the head of his penis, etc.? You might want to gently pull these back when you have him in the bathtub. But bathtub water is not sterile. As a matter of fact, bathtub water has free-floating fecal bits and pieces, especially with a child. And you've now created an open wound and you're risking fecal contamination. Because it's easier to do there. He's not going to like it when you pull him back. Yeah, he's not going to like it. But it's not so bad when you do it regularly. And to which I replied, regularly, ugh. To what psychological effect? What is a mother saying to her child, and what is the child learning when she does this painful procedure at every bath? Awful. Anyway, just awful. So here's the board's response. This is the West Virginia Board of Osteopathic Medicine at number 5. Respondent emphasized that pulling the foreskin back is a routine practice for babies. Respondent explained if the foreskin is not pulled back, babies can develop skin bridging, which would require the baby to be circumcised in the future. Respondent clarified that she gently and easily retracted his foreskin, which revealed the penile adhesions that nearly extended to his urethra. Well, good heavens. So their conclusion of law was the West Virginia Board of Osteopathic Medicine says that the complaint against Dr. Toller is hereby dismissed. Well, all they did was replicate her defense. You see that, right? There's no discussion of the medicine, no mention of the scholarly treatises, et cetera, that we shared with them. So I find this appalling, but it's interesting because I've never seen this before. I'm sure that it has gone on in many of my other cases, but I've never seen somebody admit they did it and give their crappy reasoning, and then have their board admit they did it and give same crappy reasoning. So very strange. All right, so you have to ask if there's a financial motive here. ICD-9 code, that's the International Classification of Disease, by the way, code at N47.5 says adhesions of the prepuce and glans penis, and this is their advice for billing, is typically used to support medical necessity. And at 54450, usage, often utilized when adhesions are managed through manual stretching and breaking of adhesions, usually without significant surgical instruments. Because, for instance, at a circumcision, a closed hemostat is used to break that same membrane. So there is a financial motive here, no doubt about it. And here are my personal medical notions, and you can track these. Humans, and we're 100,000 or 200,000 years old, depending where you draw the line, are mostly low maintenance, or most of us would not be here. Example that I give to audiences, we don't need to shampoo our eyes. I bet not a single person in this room shampooed their eyes this morning. It's not needed because your tears have all the immune secretions they need to defend themselves against airborne pathogens. Number 2, healthy babies do not require medical care to thrive. Our primate ancestors likely ignored their children's genitalia in favor of finding water and food. And our primate ancestors did not retract their children's genitalia for cleaning down at their nearby river. And next, US well baby visits are dangerous, especially for intact boys. And by the way, there's a new strain of measles that is infecting kids at, guess what? Well baby visits. So you want to take your child to a well baby visit in a clinic that's had a measles outbreak? I don't think so. So healthy babies do not require corrective surgery. I think we could all agree on that. Now I had, how much time have I got? A few minutes? I was going to split this topic in half and talk about the new touch study at Harvard, because I just find it interesting. They're looking deeply into what human touch means to humans and how your skin etc., communicates to your brain and communicates to other people, and how much touch has to do with every aspect of our life. So I sent, this is being led by a guy named Dr. Ginty at Harvard Medical School. And I sent him a note recently and I said, have you thought to include in your study the loss of touch sensitivity that circumcised males undergo? And what does that suggest? I mean, what part of their brain waits for a signal that never comes? Does that mean something? And does it mean if you've lost 50 to 75% of your fine touch nerve endings on your penis, are you missing something? I mean, can it be said that you're not getting the same experience that an intact male would have? So I'd like to hear their answer. I bet knowing Eric's problems with Harvard, it's probably the case that they won't respond, but I'd like to try. If you want to, I think it'd be a good idea for members who are interested to write Ginty at Harvard and ask exactly the same question that I pose. Say, have you thought to consider? So he thinks that there's a large group of people, I think, isn't that technique called goldfish bowling? That a large group of people in the US have that same question in mind. So I was going to do a thorough thing on touch. Turns out it's very, very complicated. And I'm precisely the wrong person to do it. It should be done by somebody who's an anatomist like my colleague and member of the board, Steve Scott, back there, whom I didn't mention earlier, Steve. So with that, thank you very much. I appreciate you. You now know what consumes half my time.
Great job, John. Thanks. Another big round of applause for John Gisher. Thank you so much for coming out. Washington, right? So our next speakers are coming from Portland, Oregon, where it's all starting, right? We're very excited. Let me just pull up the slide here. From the Genital Autonomy Collective, and I can see right now they did a fantastic job using the provided template, so excellent. Aliana Arshard and TT Perry from the Genital Autonomy Collective in Portland. Let's give a big round of applause to our next speakers. TT, Aliana. All right. Ali, come on up. So Ali's going to start the talk, and I'll come in at the end and share my portion, but we'll take it away, Ali.
Thank you so much. Howdy, folks. How y'all doing? I might be a little slow today. I had a little heat exhaustion episode last night, so if I chug this coconut water and like drink it all in one gulp in the middle of this, that's why. Hey. So I'm Aliana Arshad, founder of the Genital Autonomy Collective. So why am I here when there are so many of y'all that have these fancy letters behind your names, while I spent my college time partying and sleeping, and there's the common saying you can either do like two of the three, sleeping, studying, or partying. I skipped studying. But really why I'm here is because I am an Irish, Pakistani, Jewish, Islamic, Catholic atheist. But I'm not actually religious in all seriousness, but my family is. And my experience of violated genital autonomy is seriously inflected through all of those religious and cultural experiences, and really helps me get the foot in the door and analyze things in a way that most people haven't had, both experiences. And I want to talk about why inclusivity is important in the genital autonomy movement and intersectionality. And a really key example of that is community building. And I was late because I really had to pee. And I actually brought my PhD. They were up here earlier. So there's some letters through community. So there's much smarter than me, T.T. Perry over there, who will talk on some of the work that we've been doing later. So I founded the Genital Autonomy Collective in 2022 because I couldn't find inclusive support for my own violated genital autonomy that really included me in a way that I could feel understood while not being judged, which is, I think, how Leif Thompson described it yesterday, which is brilliant and what we really need. So we really focus on marginalized people through intersectional genital autonomy, and I'll get to that in a moment, what intersectionality is. Oh, actually right here. Intersectionality is a term coined by Kimberly Crenshaw to analyze common marginalizations and how they compound upon each other. The example that is given often is a company hiring Black men and white women, but not Black women. So her experience can't really be described by just sexism or racism. It's both and compounding on each other. Okay. We go to the next slide. Already. So I founded the Genital Autonomy Collective in 2022, and since then we've been really busy, and I want to give an update that's a catch-up since then. We started with explicitly inclusive groups for trans, intersex, and gender diverse people who've experienced violated genital autonomy of all kinds, male and female circumcision, intersex surgeries, and anything similar, really, and exercising that autonomy through foreskin restoration and including labia stretching and also piercings or whatever people want to exercise their autonomy on, and through transitioning as well. And that involves genitals, believe it or not. So we've tabled at several prides, Portland a couple of times, as well as a very rad pride in Portland too, which was pretty cool. And we do regular awareness bike rides because great bike city in Portland is. Every summer there's this bike summer pedal palooza. I think they're trying to rebrand it. I can't remember which way. Y'all were expecting it, weren't you? Chugging this. Okay. And of course, attending conferences. There's a GLMA conference on LGBTQIA+. I'll get that wrong myself, I'm gonna be honest. And I might just say queer for the rest of this, and I feel so sorry for whoever doesn't have the keyword card. Interconnect in 2025, which is an intersex conference. It was mostly a community conference, but lots of activism and networking goes on in there too. And of course, Intact Global's groundbreaking 2020, that's 2025, I wrote 2024, conference announcing how to check the Oregon. And if you haven't guessed it yet, I'm from Portland. And Genital Autonomy Collective is based in Portland. And we are the boots on the ground, raising awareness for what how to check the Oregon is, specifically for queer people and just how it can benefit queer people. And we also have a paper being published this year with the Journal of Bodies, Sexualities, and Masculinities, a collection of testimonials from trans, intersex, and gender diverse folks on violated genital autonomy. This is a bit that I just added really last minute, but I was originally going to just describe intersex as an identity of people born with sex characteristics that you wouldn't typically lump together, which there's your next pickup line, let's lump sex characteristics together. But I'd really like to fill in an important gap of knowledge that I kind of noticed talking to y'all yesterday, which is that by only describing intersex experiences as disorders of sex characteristics can cause stigma. A disorder really requires distress on behalf of the patient, and in this case, usually a child, and that one really cannot know at birth. And I mean, for me, I'm infertile. That's not really distressing for me. It's not going to play a part in my life, really. So if someone were to say, like, diagnose me with something specifically around infertility, it would just feel pathologizing and like, why do you really feel the need to label this on me right now? And in the future, it could cause problems. Like, and a diagnosis can be really beneficial for accessing care, but it can also do the opposite of, like, a lot of intersex folks need like hormone replacement therapy, and with increased trans awareness, which is great, a lot of the care that is around now that's meeting that need, intersex people often, it would be the most accessible for them. But because it's written through guidelines on specifically trans people and not intersex people, oftentimes they just don't quite match up and they can't get quite the care that they need. And not to mention, like, pre-existing conditions on insurance. And but really what it is just pathologizing really comes with risk. And there's that quote, if they can pee, let them be. And I brought my bee. This is my buddy to help me get over my fear of bees. I was already carrying them before I even thought to include that. So, many people listening have probably experienced disenfranchised grief. Even if this term is new to you, as a circumcision sufferer, if that's where you are, you've almost certainly felt it. Like, what is the wildest response that you've gotten from a therapist seeking support for circumcision harm? Did you feel validated? Did the therapist recognize your grief? Disenfranchised grief is any grief that lacks social recognition. So a man and a woman walk into a therapist's office. The man says, I'm unhappy with my circumcised penis. The therapist responds, I'm circumcised, and it doesn't bother me. You must be confused. The woman says, I'm unhappy with my circumcised penis. And the therapist responds, well, if you just get vaginoplasty, it won't matter. Why should you care about your penis? These are both invalidating and disenfranchising their grief in different ways. In my personal experience, my wildest response from a therapist was, do you feel like you have to be a woman because you're circumcised? And literally got, there are starving children in Africa. That's like just the king statement of invalidation. I couldn't believe it. But because grief around violations of genital autonomy are so disenfranchised due to empathic failure to understand circumcision sufferers through our mental health care system and similar, I suppose, enfranchised means, peer support groups are really the primary way to find validation. So now here's where intersectionality comes back. Because most circumcision sufferers are cisgender boys and men, most peer support groups are focused on the experiences of boys and men. People who don't belong to those categories have a harder time finding affirmation and support for circumcision grief. It might be possible to find peer support that validates cisgender experiences of circumcision, but that same group might disenfranchise trans, intersex, and gender expansive experiences. On the other side, Queer support groups might validate and recognize grief around gender dysphoria, but not grief on violations of genital autonomy. Double disenfranchisement, which can be examined through an intersectional lens. It's double disenfranchisement that can be examined through an intersectional lens. So most of you are probably familiar with non-surgical foreskin restoration. I'd be surprised if anyone here isn't, especially if they were here yesterday. So some people engage in foreskin restoration to address dysphoria that they feel about their genitals. And I would find dysphoria as meaning a deep and persistent distress of suffering to the core of oneself. And we'd like to highlight two different related forms of dysphoria. Iatrogenic genital dysphoria, meaning feelings of distress on medical interventions to one's genitals, including, of course, circumcision. So some cis boys and men choose to address genital dysphoria through foreskin restoration. They're not all who engage in that feel dysphoria. Other reasons are to just be practical, or because it gives the opposite, euphoria, and that's great too. I mean, honestly, much better. More widely known is gender dysphoria, distress about one's sex characteristics. This dysphoria can interact and overlap with iatrogenic gender dysphoria. For some trans, intersex, and gender expansive people, foreskin restoration is a part of gender affirming care. It can improve vaginoplasty options and outcomes as well, due to just having more tissue and reducing complications from having to get tissue grafts. And for others, it can just be empowering to reverse what is essentially a sex-imposing surgery done because of a sex assigned at birth. And also, our lovely search trend results show that the queer audience is especially receptive and has a lasting impact on people searching for all terms around circumcision, foreskin, and foreskin restoration. And just the biggest bang for buck. They're almost always extremely receptive. But essentially, circumcision sufferers and foreskin restorers are diverse. And we have the same grief as you, and our suffering is real too. And I want to at least pull out one of these quotes is from me, from our paper with the Journal of Bodies, Sexualities, and Masculinities. Essentially, it became difficult, if not impossible, to disentangle my iatrogenic genital dysphoria and gendered genital dysphoria. Next story. And I want to just, it's just beneficial being inclusive for everybody. Walter at foreskin/restoration/devices.com produces devices that are inclusive of more anatomy, including vulvas. This has resulted in transmasculine devices for stretching the clitoral hood or foreskin, which often doesn't pace growth with a TDIC or growth to the clitoris when on testosterone. And that same device is now being adapted for those with penises and can be used with less tissue, allowing people to passively restore earlier on into their foreskin restoration journeys. So diversity and inclusion benefits everyone.
Thank you, Ali. I'm T.T. Perry. I'm an applied and translational sensory scientist, but I'm not going to be talking about sensory science today. Instead, I'm telling a very personal story. I was a teenage foreskin restorer, and as a somewhat naive teenager, I followed my parents' advice to talk to my pediatrician before continuing with the progress that I had made. And during that appointment, the pediatrician grabbed my penis and pulled it toward him and told him that if I wanted him to help me, that he would just recircumcise me. Since then, I've found a lot of help through the Genital Autonomy Collective and understanding my experiences as a non-binary person and as a circumcision sufferer. So I want to talk a little bit about how to do inclusive activism. If there's really just one idea that I'd like everyone to take away from this, it's that to reach people, you need to tell stories. And those stories will be most effective if they're about belonging and connection rather than about villains and enemies. If you reach out to people with a desire for belonging and connection, you're more likely to get that reciprocated. If you treat activism as a battle of wills with threats to be eliminated, then people are more likely to respond defensively. Confrontational activism does get attention, and it has its time and place, but that doesn't always translate into real sustained support for genital autonomy. So I'd like to offer an alternative to this kind of adversarial confrontational politics that's called relational politics, or the politics of belonging. The core idea of relational politics is that who we love is who we are becoming. Relational politics presents you with a core set of questions that you need to think through when doing your activism. Whose grief can you easily recognize and validate, and whose grief is invisible to you and easy for you to dismiss? Whose pain touches your heart and calls on you, compels you to take action? And whose pain do you justify? How can we expand our networks of love and care to include people who have been excluded in the past? These are the questions that we need to answer when we're thinking about politics in a relational way. So here's a concrete metaphor to think about adversarial politics, kind of like a game of pool. There's a table, there's pool balls that are these hard, solid objects that smash into each other, and to change the state of the game, you've got to knock one into the hole and take it off the table. It's zero sum for someone to win, someone else has to lose. And the pool balls themselves never change or evolve. A solid's always a solid, a stripe is always a stripe. That's adversarial politics. What about relational politics? We can think of relational politics like weaving a tapestry. The fabric's not complete, it's in the process of being made. Individual threads don't have much of a shape on their own, but together they make something bigger. Each thread is being bent and woven together, which reflects the fact that we're constantly creating and recreating ourselves through our relationships to other people. As the weaving of the tapestry progresses, these threads become entangled with new threads in different parts of the tapestry. In the framework of relational politics, power isn't exerted through, power isn't exerted by hitting objects or eliminating enemies. In relational politics, power is about who you are emotionally connected to. Power is about who you love and whose suffering matters enough to you that you take action to answer their cries of pain by bending, changing, shifting to ease their suffering. When you hope for change in the future, you're thinking about who you wish to become and who you wish to be connected to in the future to make those future connections. Relational politics is also about recognizing that everyone, not just me, not just you, not just the people in the room, everyone has a very deep desire to feel like they belong. So we have these two general approaches, these kind of adversarial politics and relational politics. And there's a time and place for both. But I'd like you to think more about these ideas of whose grief matters to you and whose grief does not matter to you. This can be as easy as just simply thinking, well, I'm going to treat people as experts about their own bodies. We all want to have a say in what happens to our bodies, whether that's about circumcision or whether it's about our sex characteristics. Treating other people with respect and affirmation invites others to treat you with respect and affirmation. And as Samer said yesterday, you don't have to become one of those angry people to join the anti-circumcision cause. And similarly, you don't have to become a trans person to support trans people. Instead, it's not about adopting a set of beliefs. It's about thinking carefully about your feelings and their feelings and finding an emotional connection. And that's going to become increasingly important because anti-trans laws are also pro-circumcision laws. Even as we make progress toward building our big tent coalition, laws are being passed that enshrine forced genital cutting as a parental right. If you haven't been paying attention to the attacks on trans people in the US, here's a wake-up call. US states have been passing laws targeting and restricting the freedoms of trans people, but those same laws contain provisions explicitly permitting forced genital cutting, including circumcision. It's not a coincidence. That's because they have one framework, the parental rights framework. And parental rights are a machine for disenfranchising youth and creating disenfranchised grief. If a child objects, then their objection is reframed as a psychological disturbance or a disciplinary problem. And this is true, whether we're talking about children objecting to circumcision or children who have gender dysphoria. In particular, I want to flag this case, Anderson v. Crouch, which is a case out of West Virginia about Medicaid funding for gender-affirming care. And the appeals court in this case stated that the state may have a legitimate interest in encouraging people to appreciate their sex. And I just really want this to sink in what that means. An appeals court asserted a state interest to not just control the physical status of our bodies against our will, but went further and said that the state could have a legitimate interest in coercing people to love and accept their genitals, which for many people means loving and accepting their circumcised genitals. I hope you can see that that is a danger for the genital autonomy movement. And so to fight back, we're going to really need a united coalition, trans, intersex, gender diverse people, as well as cisgender circumcision sufferers. So I'd just like to end by offering like a uniting principle that can help us build that big tent coalition, and that's subsidiarity. This is a principle that spotlights the question of who should make decisions. Under subsidiarity, decisional authority should devolve to the lowest level decision maker consistent with satisfactorily completing the task at hand. And each larger social group should offer support and aid to the lower level decision makers rather than making the decision for them. Subsidiarity operationalizes autonomy while balancing competing interests like bodily integrity. So who should decide about genital surgery? This is an especially important question for people born with intersex variations. Well, no one but the person themselves is better positioned to make a decision about genital surgery. So they should be the decision maker. What about sex and gender? Again, really important for intersex people. Who should decide about a person's sex and gender? No one is better positioned than the person themselves to decide about sex and gender. Again, we all want to say in what happens to our bodies. So out of time now, but thank you. And we're still looking for intersex plaintiffs that would like to join the legal cause. So thank you.
Thank you so much, TT. Here as a gift from Impact Global. I'll get one for Ali as well. So big round of applause for TT and Ali. Thank you so much for a fantastic presentation. I definitely know that. So it is now 11 a.m. We're going to take a 9-10 minute break. Use the restroom, stretch your legs, say hi to your neighbors, make new friends, you name it. We will resume the program at 11:10 a.m. with our next speaker, Ryan Jones of Forgen, who's be given an update on their important work there, which is very exciting. So we will be back in about 9 minutes. So thank you so much.
Friends, I want to thank the 33 of you that came to my show last night. I got your feedback about that show. I got t-shirts and CDs. If you want to send me $10, you have to show me you donated today. You get all that. We got global media shirts that are represented here. The big shirts are $15. There's a few of those left. And I'm here until noon tomorrow. Please
Also, I really apologize to Eric Cloudman and Jack Lowell. I did not mean to schedule a good big event last night. When I scheduled 10 o'clock, I thought that the yelling at 9:30. So please, don't think I was trying to disrespect this.
Okay. Thank you all. I hope it sounds like you enjoyed the break. We're going to get started in a minute. If you could all take your seats. All right, Sammer. Sammer, could you help organize people to take their seats? Shay, could you help organize people? Here we go. Thank you, Dwayne. Laying down the law, baby. Where's Adam? Adam. So I hope you all enjoyed the nice 10-minute break. We got a lot of feedback last year that we need some breaks to stretch our legs and really kind of meet the speakers, meet each other. And now we own the venue now, so no one's trying to kick us out at the end of the day. But anyway, it is really my great pleasure for this next talk. I got my start in Activism with Forgen maybe 15 years ago or so we're coming full circle. And so the next speaker is going to be Ryan Jones, who's the COO. But to introduce Ryan, it is my great pleasure to introduce the digital transformation entrepreneur who has been huge in that space. His name is Adam Levine, huge supporter of Forgen and the movement. Let's give a big round of applause to Adam. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a real honor to be here with all of you today. Something that means a lot to me personally. So before I introduce our speaker, I want to thank Eric for bringing us all here together at the Intact Global Conference. This is an amazing event and an amazing space, and thank you very much, Eric, for everything you're doing. I think this conference really matters because it's bringing together. Shay was talking about the tent that it brings everybody together under, bringing law and advocacy and strategy and science at a moment where I feel this movement has real momentum. And, my own journey here into this community began with a personal decision that I later came to regret and deeply regret. And that experience, led me to a place of shame and despair that I know many of you have navigated yourself. But that darkness also led me to the interactivist world. And, I expected to find anger, but instead I found some of the most intelligent, thoughtful, sensitive, and introspective people that I've met. And people who see the world with a clarity that other people sometimes miss. And so in our search for a path forward, we encountered many different approaches, advocacy, legal action, direct activism. But when we found Forgen, we found one ingredient that changed everything, which is hope. And that's one of the biggest reasons for that hope is the man who's about to speak after me is Ryan Jones, Forgen's Chief Operating Officer. So Ryan, I feel, embodies the idea that the past doesn't have to define us as victims, but can instead become the fuel for a better future. He has worked tirelessly at the forefront of regenerative tissue research and fundraising, and whether it's through his meticulous attention to detail, his strategic discipline, or his sheer passion for the mission, I feel Ryan is a gifted operator and leader that is helping to make this transformative research possible. One of the reasons that we are so deeply invested in Forgen is because of Ryan and his commitment and his refusal to accept the status quo. And so he's here today to speak with you about the incredible progress that we're making with Forgen, and the technology that once seemed like science fiction that seems to be coming together in front of our eyes, and the hope that it represents for all of us. So please join me in welcoming Ryan Jones.
Thank you, Adam. I just want to say that I share Adam's sentiment that it really is an honor to be around so many courageous and sensitive, caring people. This issue remains a taboo in American society, and it does take a level of courage to speak publicly about it and to take action. So it's been very reassuring personally to be around others who have chosen to do so. And so I am here to talk to you about Forgen. Let's go ahead and begin here. So I wanted to start and clarify, what is Forgen? Who are we and why do we exist? And so I want to talk a little bit about our philosophy and our mission. We at Forgen are driven by a moral imperative. We are rooted in the basic bioethical principles that include the right to an open future. So the right to an open future is a principle that states that children deserve protection and deserve to have choices remain open to them that they can exercise in the future rather than being closed off prematurely. This is a serious concept in medical ethics. It's been around since the 1980s. We believe that infant circumcision violates that principle. The second principle is bodily integrity. So bodily integrity is an even older principle, and it makes it clear that every individual has a right to control their own body and to be free from unwanted alterations. This means that Forgen, along with everyone else here, we do not sit on the fringe. These are very simple, well-established principles that are unfortunately ignored so often in the United States. So all of our efforts here are in line with well-established bioethical principles. Now, unfortunately, we can't go back in time to undo decisions that were made for someone else without their consent. But we at Forgen have chosen to do is to pursue new technologies that could potentially offer circumcised men the option to choose for themselves full biological restoration. We are aware of the pain that this issue has caused so many people, and we take our mission very seriously. We do want circumcised men to be able to reclaim both their bodies and their sense of agency. So how does Forgen fit into the broader movement? Well, first of all, we'd like to commend Eric and Intact Global for their tenacious efforts with their legal campaigns. The activism movement more broadly has made great strides in raising public awareness on this issue, taking action in the courts, and pushing for change at the state legislature level. This is very important work, and it helps to prevent future harm. Now, at Forgen, we believe that we can complement these efforts by striving to reverse the harms for those already affected. Circumcision not only physically and psychologically harms circumcised men, but it can cause secondary devastation within families and in relationships as well. From our end, we are leveraging innovative technologies to pursue methods to reverse these very real harms. So stopping future harms and reversing past harms both serve the same ends, which is to reduce unnecessary suffering now and into the future. So most of you already know that the foreskin is more than just skin. It's a layered tissue and has an inner mucosal side and an outer skin side, each with different functions. That layered structure is exactly what makes this work challenging and exactly what makes it exciting. When we decellularize and recellularize the tissue, which is something we'll get into a little bit later, those two layers don't always behave in the same way. Solving that is difficult, but if we crack it, the lessons can apply beyond just the foreskin. There are other parts of the body, like the eyelids and the lips, that have the same basic architecture, mucosa on one side, skin on the other. So a breakthrough here with Forgen could also open doors elsewhere in regenerative medicine. This project could benefit not just circumcised men, but other populations as well. And when it comes to innervation, and this is something we are often asked about, understandably, the foreskin is one of the most nerve-rich parts of the human body. In fact, many of you have probably seen recent research from Spain found that a specific area on the underside of the penis, the frenular delta, is packed with more specialized touch and pleasure receptors than anywhere else down there. They also identified a layer of muscle inside the foreskin that's actively wired into the nervous system and plays a role in sexual response. So the foreskin isn't just passive tissue. It's a functional organ in its own right. This is the HUFO, or the human foreskin. This was created by Forgen founder Vincenzo Aiello. As you can see, it shows the 4 distinct regions. There's the inner mucosal tissue, the outer foreskin, the ridged band, which is a transitional area between the two, and the frenulum. Enzo gives you all his regards. He wanted to be here, but unfortunately he couldn't travel. But this is Enzo in the research lab of our partners in Slovakia. He's holding a bioreactor flask, which is a very interesting technology that we'll get into in a little bit. So before we get into the current state of Forgen's research, let's review our past accomplishments and the path we've taken to get here. In 2018, we partnered with scientists in Italy to create the world's first decellularized matrix of a human foreskin. More on what that means in a little bit. Then in 2019, we began pilot studies that involved animal research. First, we attached parts of the ECMs, or extracellular matrices, to rats to test if the samples would be rejected by the host's immune system. These tests were successful. The tissue was not rejected. Next, we attached full-size foreskin ECMs to sheep to ensure that they would get adequate blood flow and that full cell migration would take place. These tests were also successful, and the results will be published soon in a peer-reviewed journal. There's a lot more information about these studies on our website, and we encourage you to visit forgen.org for more details. Then last year in 2025, we began a focused preclinical research project with our new partners in Slovakia. The purpose of this project is to meticulously finalize all the protocols that we intend to use in human trials and to generate all the data required to obtain regulatory approval to conduct those trials. Which, by the way, has been enabled by all of our generous supporters. Without you, we'd be nowhere. So thank all of you who've supported us over the years. So I want to tell you a little bit about our team that we have in Slovakia. On the left is Dr. Stanislav Zarayan. He's our chief medical officer and is a urological surgeon and associate professor at Comenius University in Bratislava. This is one of the most respected medical institutions in Central Europe. He's published peer-reviewed research on foreskin tissue engineering in European urology before he partnered with us, and that's one of the top journals in the field. He leads our clinical strategy and oversees the surgical side of our work, and he's also the person responsible for steering us through the regulatory pathway towards human trials. On the right is Jan Kovac, our chief bioengineer. Jan is a PhD candidate based in Slovakia, and he's the one in the lab, hands-on every day, doing the work that makes this project a reality. He also has experience in 3D bioprinting and has previously worked in regulated clinical research, which matters enormously as we prepare, as we work towards human trials. Together, they are a rare and powerful combination, a surgeon with clinical credibility and regulatory experience, paired with a dedicated bioengineer who knows the tissue at the cellular level. So now, to get into our approach, I'm sure many of you have wondered what exactly it is we intend to do. Now, during this presentation, you've heard me say a few things like extracellular matrix or decellularization, recellularization, bioreactor. These words sound impressive, but what do they actually mean? To begin with, large foreskin samples containing all 4 regions that we talked about before are harvested from cadavers. These are individuals who volunteered willingly to be organ donors prior to their passing away. One thing I should make clear is that Forgen does not use foreskin tissue from living donors of any age. The next step is to apply a mixture of detergents to the tissue. What this does is it strips away all the cells containing DNA. What is left behind is the structure that's made primarily of collagen, and this can be done with a static or a dynamic method, static meaning the fluid remains still, dynamic meaning the fluid is pumped around. We are pursuing a dynamic method because the foreskin is so large, you have to move the fluid around it so that it penetrates all the way inside. Following this, recellularization is required. Recellularization, there's a lot of syllables there, is basically the opposite of what we just did. So instead of stripping cells away, we introduce new cells back in, and they come from the patient themselves. That's why the body doesn't, that's why the body is supposed to not reject the tissue after the surgery. From there, the cells attach, multiply, and repopulate the scaffold in the places the donor cells used to be. Finally, the last step is to mature the tissue in a bioreactor. A bioreactor is basically a specialized piece of equipment that mimics the human body. The reason we need that is simple. Once the tissue gets to any real size, the cells on the inside can't get enough oxygen and nutrients just by sitting in fluid. So you have to pump nutrients through the tissue. Okay, so I want to show you some real images from the work that we're doing in the lab, which once again is powered by all of our supporters. So we have so far sourced 41 foreskin samples from cadavers in support of this preclinical project. This is a photo of Jan, our bioengineer, holding a jar containing one of those decellularized foreskin samples. And the next photo is an actual ECM. So this is an actual foreskin extracellular matrix. Some in the biotech field call this ghost tissue because all the DNA-containing cells have been removed. Our analysis of the decellularized samples have been incredibly encouraging. Due to the complexity of the foreskin, and our partners completely understand this, they have developed an exceptionally mild decellularization method that preserves as much of the structure as possible. Our intention is to preserve, for example, the architecture of the specialized nerve structures, such as the Meissner corpuscles, which could potentially enable us to regenerate them in human trials. After decellularization, what comes next is the most difficult stage in the pipeline, recellularization. Currently, we are in this phase. So what we're doing is we've developed 4 different protocols, 4 different methods of recellularizing recellularizing the tissue. And we're running all 4 of those protocols in parallel. The reason being, if one fails, you don't want to have to go back and start all over again. So we're just going to do 4 at the same time and pick the best one. Initially, we recellularized 50 little pilot samples. These are 10 millimeter discs, and we used a static method to do so. And now we're moving up to 3-dimensional pieces that are much larger. That brings us to the bioreactor itself. So this is a bioreactor. And to construct, for tissue of any meaningful size, a bioreactor is required. It pumps the recellularization fluid through the tissue, ensuring cells in the interior receive the oxygen and nutrients that they couldn't get through static recellularization. It also applies mechanical forces to the tissue that mimic the conditions of the body. The end goal is a mature tissue construct that can be implanted in a single surgery. That pink color fluid that you're seeing in this image is culture media that keeps the tissue alive during maturation. That would be the final stage of preparing the tissue before surgical attachment to human patients. So, as you can see, this is Jan again, our chief bioengineer. This is him after conducting histological analysis of these pilot recellularized tissue samples. What you can see on the screen, the green, those are viable cells that have attached to the decellularized matrix and that are living on the scaffold. So that shows that our current recellularization work is progressing. So to go back to reinnervation, this is, again, one of the questions, one of the topics we get asked about the most, and it's a fair one. So how does this work? The body already knows how to do this. Reinnervation is a well-documented biological process that's been studied in regenerative medicine for decades. Our job is to set the stage so the body can do what it naturally does. Step 1, when you decellularize the tissue using a mild mixture, it preserves the pathways for the nerves. You can think of a donor foreskin like a neighborhood. When we decellularize it, we're removing the residents, the cells, but we're leaving the roads, the plumbing, and the electrical lines completely intact. Those microscopic channels are where blood vessels and nerves used to live, and they're still there, ready to be repopulated. So step 2, blood supply comes back first. Once the scaffold is surgically attached, the body starts a process called angiogenesis. This is the technical term for new blood vessels growing in. This is essential because without blood flow, nothing else can happen. The tissue needs oxygen and nutrients before nerves can start extending into it. Step 3, the nerves grow back. Long fibers of nerve cells extend from the surrounding tissue into the preserved pathways. We can help direct this using nerve growth factors, which are natural signaling molecules that tell the nerve fibers where to go and how far to reach. This is the same kind of biology that allows peripheral nerves to heal after injury. Now, where are we and where are we going? So this is our roadmap to clinical application. We are in step 1. When it comes to finishing preclinical research, the timeline is not paramount. What's most important is the quality of the data we generate. Enough to convince a contract research organization and ultimately a government regulator that everything we've shown, that we are prepared to go into human trials. The transition to the next step is where funding matters the most. That is when we'll be required to plan the human trials and put together a budget. This is required to make the transition from academic adjacent research to industry standard trial management. Step 3 is where the main question finally gets answered. Does it work? Does the tissue integrate? Does it re-innervate? How much sensation returns? We don't know until we run the trial. Step 4 is what we ultimately hope to achieve, enable full biological restoration of the male foreskin in clinical patients. Now, again, that's a mission we do take very seriously. So how can we make this happen? We believe in a united front. The Activism community works to prevent future harm. This includes advocacy, the law, raising public awareness. What Forgen adds is the part that addresses people already affected. Neither side needs to work alone. We can build a united front. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Very, very compelling presentation, providing the movement some hope. Before you leave, just like a little token of our appreciation at Intact Global, little plaque. Thank you so much,
Thank
Ryan.
you, Eric.
I'll give you a hug. Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Big round of applause for Ryan Jones, all his important work with Forgen. And thank you for the introduction from Adam. We have time for one question. If we have the mic. You've been summoned back, so.
Okay. Yeah, question.
I'll hold it right there. Is this good? Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Is Forgen considering going public? When can I buy stock?
Right now, that's not something that, we're really focused on getting to the human trials as a nonprofit. The reason being is we have full control over how we conduct the research and what the final outcome that we can aim for is. So we don't have any shareholders we have to, be responsible to or anything like that. So we're structured that way to make sure that we can achieve as much of a complete biological restoration as possible without being inhibited by market forces.
So
Yeah.
eventually, but not yet.
Oh, I can't say anything.
And that is the end of the interview. Okay. Securities and Exchange Commission, this has nothing to do with you. Thank you so much, Ryan. We really appreciate it. So now it is my great pleasure to introduce a new speaker on the scene who has flown in from Idaho, a professional fraud investigator. So she's found a home in this movement, a lot of fraud going on. But let's give a big round of applause to Jen Isarelli. Welcome, Jen. Yeah. So this is the clicker back and forth. You just. Well, that's what I mean. This is not her first talk, yes. Seasoned speaker.
All right. Hello, everyone. What a wonderful opportunity for all of us to come together. Can you hear me okay? All right. All right. That's better. What a wonderful opportunity for us to come together. I wanted to thank Intact Global and everyone who made this possible. Thank you very much. I wanted to talk a little bit about me just so you can understand which language I speak. I am in risk management, and I am a former financial and IT auditor, and I investigate financial crimes. I am a certified public accountant and a certified fraud examiner. And I first got into Intactivist work in 2000 when I was pregnant. I did not know if I was having a boy or a girl, but I was in college and I was taking an argument class, and we had to choose a topic that we were for and a topic we were against, and argue that in class. And so I thought, well, now's a good time for me to do a little bit of research on circumcision. And so I did. And even though the internet was fairly new back in 2000, it didn't take me long to quickly understand that cutting genitals of children is wrong. So that was the topic that I argued against, was against circumcision. Thank you. And so my then husband, although he isn't really Jewish, he comes from a Jewish family, and he actually agreed with me. So we decided to not cut our son. So, yeah. And one more thing on that. My son is almost 26 now, but last year I asked him, I said, Trevor, are you happy that we did not circumcise you? And he said, oh, hell yeah. He said, nobody who cannot consent should be subject to something like that. So today I'd like to take you through three main areas. Risk management, looking at it through the lens of those who support circumcision and how we can leverage that. I want to talk about circumcision fraud and other areas that kind of connect, that maybe aren't quite fraud, but they kind of connect to it a little bit. And then some mitigation strategies that we can all do. You don't have to be an attorney to help further this movement. But first, let's talk about timing, because timing is sometimes, well, it's sometimes everything, isn't it? In the graph here on the upper right, let's see if this is working. There we go. In the upper right, you have, it's kind of hard to see because it's a little small. I apologize. I should have made that bigger. But we have the prevalence of foot binding in China. Now, if you don't know what foot binding is, I highly recommend you check it out on the internet. It was a period of time where little girls in China, their feet were bound to be smaller, petite, and it was considered attractive at the time. And obviously harmful. But it was highly popular and still growing in popularity, but it quickly lost public support. And then the thing to remember here is that it was outlawed after culture shifted. That's important to remember. Now, here's another graph of circumcision rates from 1870 to 2024, right here in the US. What do you notice between those two graphs? Pretty similar, isn't it? Right? Not the same, but pretty similar. And so the thing that I want you all to take away here is law is sometimes determined by the court of public opinion. Yep. It's true. And please remember that actions that have failed before to defeat circumcision may just need the right moment. Now I want to talk about us for a minute. There's lots of activism going on, and it takes an army. And when I think about all the work that we're doing, I think about us all chipping away at a common goal. We're all around this boulder, we all have our chisels, and we're all doing our part, big or small, for the common goal. For example, attorneys filing lawsuits, right? We have several attorneys in here. We have leaders working to standardize consent forms, leaders fighting Medicaid coverage. We have protesters and demonstrators, bloodstained men. We have online educators, like on YouTube, such as Elephant in the Hospital. And by the way, if you have not yet seen Deborah's Cultural Conditioning, I highly recommend you check that out on YouTube. Again, it's called Cultural Conditioning by Deborah. I'm going to butcher your name, Eshigian. That's fine. Okay. My last name gets butchered all the time, too. I apologize. But it's actually a really great video that I would recommend everybody watch because it's now the first thing I send to pro cutters. It's short, it's sweet, and it just gets right to the point of circumcision and cultural conditioning. The first, cultural conditioning. And that is on YouTube, yeah. Oh, thank you. Dangers of cultural conditioning. All right. We have our social media warriors. Please never underestimate the power of social media. I was an admin recently on a Facebook group, and I cannot tell you how many people would respond to me personally, directly through Messenger, and say, I saw your post. I had no idea circumcision was harmful. And I just learned a lot from just your one post. So don't underestimate that. We have Activists making podcasts, experts. Hooray for podcasts. We have experts making films, American Circumcision. We have a star right in here. We have inventors creating restoration and reclamation devices, right, Ron? And we have people marketing being intact as cool. So despite our various backgrounds, different ends of the political spectrums, all walks of life, we all come together for the common goal to end genital cutting. Our efforts are working, circumcision rates are declining. And I want to acknowledge the people who have been at this for decades. I know that you worked very hard, and we wouldn't be here at this time now with declining circumcision rates if it wasn't for you. So thank you. All right, now let's get into risk management. Looking at risk through the lens of those who support circumcision. First, let's define fraud. What is fraud? The definition is quite literally intentional deception that someone relies on, resulting in harm or gain. What are the key elements? Deception. This is a big one. False statement or concealment. Doctor lied, misled, or omitted material facts. Knowledge. They knew the statement was false or acted with reckless disregard for the truth, either or. Intent. Deliberate, not accidental, made to obtain consent or payment. Reliance. The patient or parent reasonably relied on that materially false statement in deciding. And then gain or harm, financial, physical, or loss of rights or value. Now, disclaimer, I put up several concepts here of different potential violations of the law. I am not an attorney. This was not reviewed by an attorney, and this is not to be used as legal advice. But the good news is that I ran this through ChatGPT and it assured me it's perfect, so we're good, right? All right, so let's take a look at these. So the first one we just already read off in the previous slide, fraud. The key differentiator with fraud is deception. The next one, though, is constructive fraud, which is a breach of duty through omission that leads to reliance and harm, treated as fraud, but without intent. Which is great because intent is hard to prove, isn't it? Very hard to prove, or can be. Medical battery, an intentional medical procedure performed without valid consent. So that's really a consent problem. We have negligence and malpractice, a failure to meet the standard of care that causes harm. So that's really a care problem. And then we move down into the criminal concepts. Insurance and Medicaid fraud, knowingly submitting false or misleading claims to obtain payment, even if only attempted. We have falsification of records, knowingly creating or altering records to be false or misleading. And then we have criminal negligence, a gross deviation from reasonable care that causes serious harm. Now, part of the reason why I brought this up is because, well, first of all, not everything is fraud. I know fraud is a very powerful, sexy word, but not everything is fraud. But there's a lot of risk that doctors and hospitals expose themselves to when engaging in circumcision. And I also created this because, well, I was in a conversation with Dwayne Van Lanker. Where is Dwayne? There you go. Oh, right in the back. And we were talking about, what the heck do we call circumcision? What is the worst thing we can call it? Is it rape? Is it attempted murder? What's the worst thing we can call this? And part of me wants to call it aggravated battery or mayhem because it involves intentional, permanent bodily harm, and it's prosecuted the top tier felony. But again, timing is everything, and we need a culture shift before people really understand how truly evil circumcision is. So continuing looking at it from a risk management lens, here's what we do in my career. Entities set objectives. And then when I go in and I work for an entity as a consultant or an employee, I identify risks of them not meeting their objectives. Then we prioritize the risks based on risk appetite. And then we mitigate the high and medium risks by putting internal controls in place. So let's look at an example of what this looks like in the context of what we're talking about here today. So let's say an entity wants to increase profits. Well, that's almost every entity's goal is increasing profits, unless you're a nonprofit, of course, but almost everybody wants to increase profits. Well, maybe one of the many risks is costly lawsuits, because that would eat into your profits, yeah? And then, of course, costly lawsuits are a high priority, so they've been prioritized as high. So maybe one of the things you might want to do, if you want to mitigate that, is amend agreements, let's say, to include complete list of all negative outcomes, or just avoid the service altogether. It sounds like something that providers would be interested in, right? Absolutely. All they need to do is change the word agreements and talk about their consent forms. Amend consent forms to include complete list of all negative outcomes. But this isn't just for providers. Who else? It's also for hospitals. Hospitals also have this risk as well. I don't think that's working anymore. All right. So if we start over with another example, let's erase all of that. And let's look at another one. Now think, who am I talking about as I'm going down this list? An entity's objective would be to maintain federal match funding. Feel free to blurt it out when you know who I'm talking about. A risk is federal match funding withheld or deferred for noncompliance. This is prioritized as high because they don't want to lose or have delayed federal matching. So what are they going to do? They should want to stay in compliance with federal and state rules. Who am I talking about here? Anybody? Medicaid. Yeah, Medicaid, absolutely. That would be for Medicaid. All right, so there's a couple key areas of circumcision that we can all readdress. And I say readdress because a lot of the folks in the room have already been doing this for a long time. And I recognize that, I acknowledge that. But again, I want to talk about timing is everything. And I really feel like we're in the sweet spot to really go after more low-hanging fruit. And so we can all continue chiseling away at that boulder for the common goal. So let's talk about consent form deficiencies and Medicaid coverage. So circumcision consent form considerations. Since lawsuit risks exist, lawsuit risk totally exists for providers and hospitals. They can certainly mitigate with explicit language and consent forms, future complications, foreskin function, alternatives, and require consent to be more than a week in advance. Why is that? Well, preferably we want this to just go away and end, but we gotta live in reality. And right now we're not able to just outright outlaw this. So we're chipping away at the culture, right? So we want them to include explicit language in their consent forms. If they do that, parents get complete information. If parents get complete information, fewer parents choose circumcision. I've heard so many people tell me the only reason I circumcised my son was because I did not know any better, right? If these consent forms were explicit, standardized, I think a lot of this would go away. It would reshape our culture, which would help reshape our law. Now let's look at a consent form example. This was actually provided to me by somebody in this room for their child who was circumcised. I would like to focus on the section in pink here. I'm just going to read it out loud. The nature and purpose of the procedure, possible alternative methods of treatment, the risks involved, and the possibility of complications have been fully explained to me. I acknowledge that no guarantee or assurance has been made as to the results that may be obtained. So this consent form says the risks. Sounds pretty vague, right? Well, what's interesting is the parents actually remember the discussion with the doctor was very short. The parents do not remember the doctor explaining possible alternatives or any long-term risks and complications. Now, it's fair to assume that the doctor, I'm sure, probably talked about, oh, there may be some minor bleeding and probably made it sound like it was no big deal. But like so many other parents, people believe doctors and they trust in medical professionals. And so, at the time, this was easy to believe. So this lack of explicit verbiage becomes a he said, she said. And that's where the risk lies. But I want to show you something else that's really interesting. This is the actual circumcision procedure document. By the way, this circumcision was actually done about 13 years ago, and this doctor's office was asked if they've amended the consent form ever since, and it's still the same. That's something that I intend to change when I go back home. Yeah. So here's the actual procedure document, and it says active problems. There are no active problems. Chief complaint, circ. That's the chief complaint, circ. So the child was born normal and natural. That's the chief complaint. And here it says the procedure start time started at 2:15 and stopped at 2:30. So that's 15 minutes. How lucrative for a 15-minute procedure to charge all that money. Trash. I figured if I couldn't woo you on my content, at least you would like the animations. So here's my call to action on consent forms. Obtain a consent form with solid verbiage, purpose of the foreskin, permanent harm, loss of functions, list all other risks, explain how to care for intact foreskin or intact penis, and require at least 1 week in advance, preferably more. Furnish this to providers and hospitals whose consent forms are lacking. Discuss risks and ethics with providers and hospital boards. So this is really becoming a bigger deal nowadays, is the ethical side of things. I think it really, the risk really speaks to the wallet and the ethics speaks more to the heart, right? So that's a big one. The main goal is to ensure their consent forms are truly educational for parents to continue that downward decline of circumcision rates. Now let's talk about Medicaid. Here is a map of the states in green that supposedly do not allow Medicaid coverage for non-therapeutic circumcision. Now, I did hear from Georgianne yesterday, this was a shocker to me, that some of the states in green can get around this because apparently, I didn't know this, they subcontract through private party insurance companies like Kaiser or other organizations. And so they pay through the third party, and that third party performs the circumcisions. So that is something that is of concern to me. And I was talking to Peter Adler about it this morning as well. The third party pays for the circumcision. So effectively, Medicare is still paying for it, right? Medicaid, excuse me. That's what I meant. By the way, a lot of people get confused between Medicaid and Medicare. Here's how I remember it, just as an offshoot. Medicaid ends in CAID. What state is CA? California. What state is ID? Idaho, where I came from. Doesn't work with care, right? Medicare. So that's how I remember Medicaid estate, in case that's helpful for you. Little mnemonic devices, I like those. So this is concerning to me, Georgianne, the idea that these states can potentially get around it. So that's something that I intend to look into more. But I think it's still worthwhile to get these other states to also adopt a rule where they do not allow or not supposed to allow Medicaid funds to go towards circumcisions. And I think if nothing else, it at least sends a message as well. So let's talk about some Medicaid facts. Medicaid provides health insurance to people with limited income and resources. It is a joint federal and state program. Federal pays 50% to 78% depending on the state. Medicaid funds must be used for covered, allowable, and here's the thing, medically necessary services under federal and state rules. States are responsible for proper use of taxpayer funds and must avoid improper payments. Folks, taxpayer money is sacred. It should not be going towards elective procedures, period. Paying for non-covered or non-medically necessary services can lead to audit findings, repayment clawbacks, and federal compliance issues. Remember, we talked earlier about the risks. If they're found to be out of compliance, they can get in trouble and have loss of funding or delayed funding. They don't want that. So my call to action on Medicaid coverage is, first, research the most effective contact for each state. That might be the Department of Health, Medicaid director, state legislator, advisory committees. Build a database case. There is a way to obtain information online on how much each state pays for circumcisions using Medicaid. Use precedent states as leverage. So once one state sees that another state has done it, it kind of takes away that fear factor for them, and it's easier for them to follow suit. And then every state Medicaid program has the following: public comment periods, advisory committees, and rulemaking processes. Bring your written comments, bring your data, and your policy ask to these meetings. But I highly recommend to consider strategizing and collaborating across all major intact organizations when doing this. We're going to talk about that in the next slide. And again, please don't underestimate the power of social media. Leverage that to get exposure on what we're doing, to get other advocates and ambassadors on board. So here's my call for broader action. This is a wonderful, 5 minutes, got it. I thought you were asking a question. All right, so stronger outcomes require coordinated action. So I would like to have folks consider regular alignment among key leaders, such as the folks in this room, perhaps even a quarterly meeting where they can come with unified recommendations across the ecosystem. That would enable us to have shared priorities and aligned messaging, reduce redundancy and wasted effort, better decisions and execution, and greater impact from combined and coordinated resources. We are better together. So I highly recommend that we consider leaders getting together and doing that, just that. And so in conclusion, now is the time. Circumcisers are out of excuses. I hear Brother Kay say that all the time, Dwayne and other folks. That's one of my favorite sayings. Let's collaborate. Let's coordinate. Let's strategize. Let's continue fighting. We are winning, and we will win this war against injustice. Thank you. Thank you.
Before you leave, as a gift from Intact Global, as a little token, you did such a great job. Thank you so much, Jen. Big round of applause for Jen Isarelli. Well, I don't know what you're saying. What are you saying, Jen? Do we have time? All right, hey, Jen, we've got time for one question. Jen? Microphone is coming. Any question is easy for Jen, so don't worry.
Uh-oh.
No, she gives tough questions.
Hi, is it on? Oh, okay. I think it's really important to go back to consent. In medical ethics, parental consent has its limits. And you can never get parental consent, valid parental consent, for a service procedure that has no diagnosis of abnormality or illness. If a good consent form said at the top, circumcision cures no defect or no illness, it is not, there's no medical necessity for it, that would invalidate parental consent, period. You cannot consent to let your neighbor have sex with your 4-year-old.
Yes.
You cannot consent to have a doctor remove a finger from a child because the father is missing that same finger due to an industrial accident. So we spend all this time talking about documenting all of the things that can go wrong in a circumcision when it's in that no matter how many things you put down, a parent doesn't have a right to consent to it. So I think we have to be really clear on that. And as far as Medicaid, the fact is that Medicaid pays for medically unnecessary stuff all the time. They've just carved out certain things to ignore, essentially. So those are two different things. They intersect, but we have to be really clear on it.
Totally agree. Thank you. Thank you for that, Georgianne. Is this still on? Yes. I totally agree with everything you just said, and thank you for saying that. And I don't want to make it sound like I'm trying to create a situation where the consent forms are going to let them get away with this and allow circumcision to go on into the future. It's more of, again, it's chipping away at this cultural conditioning and educating parents, because again, I think if parents really knew the true functions of the foreskin and the harm that's done by removing it, I think the vast majority just would not do it. So I'm coming at it from that perspective. And I think once the culture continues to shift downward, I think that's when it'll make it easier for Eric Klopper and Peter Adler and other attorneys to make it illegal finally. That's my angle. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Jen Isarelli. We're really, really honored that you came to give a fantastic presentation. And speaking of attorneys who are working to make this illegal and the various doctrines that would invalidate consent for medically unnecessary procedures, especially by proxy. Yes, it is a risk for hospitals and doctors to be doing this. And there are various legal theories that Peter Adler discussed yesterday that you could sue hospitals and doctors. But the reality is, those are behemoths, And at the end of the day, we have limited resources and we need to deploy them strategically, right? What would be most effective? And what would be most effective is actually, which may be counterintuitive, but it's suing state governments, public bodies to challenge laws that only protect certain groups of children, in this case, one sex instead of every child equally. And so I'm going to pull up the next presentation, but it's really my great honor to introduce the next speaker, who is a very accomplished civil rights attorney in the state of Oregon, who will be giving an update on Hadachek v. Oregon. And not only is he an accomplished civil rights attorney, but also a friend of mine as well. And I'm very, very grateful to have reached out to him via SAMR and for him to have taken up our cause, the cudgel for us to protect all children in the state of Oregon. Let's give a rousing round of applause to our very own Lake Paraguay. I'm going to adjust the mic. It's as high as it goes.
Thank you. So nice to see everyone. I've learned so much, and I'm so grateful to SAMR for finding me on the internet. I didn't come to this cause. I came to the cause because SAMR invited me. And initially I thought that it was an invitation to join the battle against trans rights. I was very confused. I just didn't know that there were people, like-minded people. I didn't know that there was a group of intactivists. I'd never heard of it before. And kind of this is it. I mean, I don't know, maybe there are more, but I do feel like it is a small group of people, and we're really learning a lot this weekend to figure out how to move this forward. So I wanted to just kind of talk a little bit very specifically, very concretely about the Oregon litigation, because so much of it, I mean, a big part of Intact Global's mission is to create this impact litigation. Not everyone maybe understands what summary judgment means, what a motion to dismiss is like. So I wanted to just speak very concretely about the lawsuit, where we are in the lawsuit, what we're doing, and then open up to any sort of question that anyone might have. Very basic is great, because I sometimes think we talk about law as lawyers, but we use terms of art that not everyone maybe understands equally. So let's just get into it. Anatomy of the lawsuit. That's what this is about. Okay, so we filed a lawsuit in Oregon. Eric's talked a little bit about why we did it in Oregon. And this was last year, right around the time of last year's conference. And at the time, we had multiple plaintiffs, including the parents, I think, of some of the children who were cut, trying to find emotional harm, physical harm, societal harm, some kind of harm that would get us in the door. Because a lawsuit, you have to have some sort of grievance, a harm, and then seek a remedy. And so the lawsuit essentially says that Oregon made a policy choice in creating a statute. It was an emergency statute that we needed a female genital mutilation law. And I just note the word mutilation. We were talking about some of the language we use around circumcision, maybe mutilation's a little hard. That's actually what is in the law. That is the legal word for female circumcision, at least in Oregon. So Oregon made a policy choice to criminalize and condemn non-medically necessary genital cutting of female minors, but not male minors. And because plaintiffs contend the two are constitutionally comparable, that sex-specific protection violates Oregon's Equal Protection Clause and the Equal Rights Amendment. So a lot of states have equal protection law, clause in their constitution, but Oregon, I think maybe 10 years ago or so, added a specific clause to our constitution that specifically recognizes that male and female people shall be treated equally. So that's the lawsuit, pretty straightforward. And we asked that the court declare that female genital mutilation statute unconstitutional. So that's kind of important. It's not saying that circumcision is no longer going to be allowed. It's essentially saying that the statute that protects girls is invalidated. And that sort of would be a call to the legislature to address it. Ideally, this is a public relations campaign. It's to get people to talk about it. Eric talked a little bit about the international and local coverage that we got. So it's impact litigation. This is not going to cure anything. We also asked that potentially this female genital mutilation statute could be extended to apply to everyone. And I'm not sure that the court in Oregon really has the power to do that, but we'll see what the judge does. So we filed the lawsuit and, well, it's not, okay. So initially the state, there are 4 women, and formerly the head of the trial division was a woman, a friend of mine, 4 women working against this effort at the state. And so their initial effort was to say, well, you know, this lawsuit just needs to go away. We're not even going to hear it. Even though it was filed in the court, the state came in, you know, they're friends, they're professional women, but their position was, you know, these boys have already been cut, and so there's no redressability. Nothing we do, even if we rule this unconstitutional, it's not going to generate their foreskin. They're still going to suffer this harm. So they've already been cut. So too bad, so sad, go home. There's no lawsuit here. Go to the legislature, talk to them, but we're done. So then Samer, who is over here, Samer Safrini and David Marker is on the team, and Deborah Shagian and Eric. But I think it was Samer sort of brought forth this idea of stigmatic harm. That even though someone's been cut, and we've heard a lot about it today, there's still trauma associated with it, there's regret, there's shame, all of these feelings that continue to endure. And so we added, well, maybe they were there before, but some of the plaintiffs were cut after the female genital mutilation law went into effect. So they're pretty young. Maybe it was 20 years ago. Do you know, Samer, when was the female genital mutilation statute in Oregon? 1999, that's right. So anyone 26 and under could have, could be part of the lawsuit. And that was essentially what we argued, that people who were cut, boys who were cut, when the law was in effect, they have stigmatic harm because the law didn't protect them. And so they live with this notion, they live with the reality that they were treated differently when there was a law specifically protecting girl minors. Okay, so we have the hearing on the motion to dismiss. Eric argued the case. You know, I don't really do that much, I have to say. I mean, Eric is very wonderful at sort of celebrating me, but it's really Eric, it's Samer, David, Deborah. I know the people on the ground. I know civil procedure in Oregon. I know the courts. So I do just want to make that really, really clear up front. But I am sitting there. I mean, I did get him in the door. Okay. Well, I mean, I do want to just recognize, I don't write these briefs. You know, I don't do that. That is really Samer. David is involved in it, Eric. So I read them to make sure there's no AI hallucinated cases. But essentially, that's just what I said. Like that the case should proceed, that the plaintiffs have ongoing harm. And this is our judge, Judge Odin Orr. He said the lawsuit shall proceed, that there is standing. For some of the plaintiffs, so the case was dismissed as against a couple of the plaintiffs, but it doesn't really matter. The original lawsuit that was filed was 72 pages. And the rule in Oregon is to create a plain and concise statement of material fact. But it educated the judge. He read those 72 pages, and he might not have understood what we were really dealing with if we just simply said, hey, girls have this law that protects them and boys do not. It was a very thorough explanation of the history and the anatomy that he read first. But then at the end, after he read in our favor, he said, clean up that complaint. You know, this is great, I read it, but we really just need to narrow the issues so that we can focus on whether this particular statute is unconstitutional. But it was a huge deal because he found that the plaintiffs who were circumcised after the FGM statute went into effect have standing. And I think that's the farthest that any case has gotten. So where are we now? Well, so we have the case. Eric and Samer and David, I'm not sure who all was involved, created a long list of facts. Like these are just the facts that everyone can accept because a judge will decide issues of law and juries are there to decide, well, is this fact true? Did this really happen? Does this person really suffer from harm? Is it genuine? And some of the physical characteristics in the science, maybe we can agree on those facts, not have to have expert testimony in a trial. So the expectation in talking with the women who are representing the state on this is that we will likely go to what's called summary judgment. We won't end up having a court trial over so many days. Like in the gay marriage case, there was actually a court trial. There was testimony. There was testimony from religious people back in the California case. But then subsequently, all of the other cases that won were on summary judgment, and we'll get to what that is in a minute. But we have scheduled as part of this litigation, not this coming week, but next week, the 3 plaintiffs that survived, these 3 young men, are going to be deposed, interrogated under oath by the women who are working to uphold the female genital mutilation statute's constitutionality. So we expect about an hour each for each one. And my expectation is that they're really going to drill down into whether and what this stigmatic harm looks like, what it feels like for them, what's their emotional response. But I don't know. I don't know what the state's position is, and they haven't explained it to me. They did telegraph early on that the standing issue, they've already been cut. Too bad, so sad. But we don't really know how they're going to justify the constitutionality. The state, when the government treats people who are similarly situated, and the argument here is that the biology and the non-medical procedures are effectively equivalent, maybe not equivalent, but analogous enough that these kids should be treated equally regardless of what the gender is or regardless of what their parts look like. So I don't know what they're gonna do. But that's in terms of the litigation over the next couple of weeks. We're gonna have discovery. Those will be public documents. I'm not sure we're gonna necessarily publish those because I don't know what's going to be asked of these young men about their body parts and stuff like that. But that will happen. And then, as I said, we created a list of facts that we gave to the state. They have not agreed to those yet. I think they're going to see what the young men say during the depositions. And then potentially we'll agree on a set of facts. And if all the facts are agreed to, yes, they were cut. Yes, these are analogous procedures. This is what happens in a circumcision. Then we expect that the state will file what's called a motion for summary judgment. That just happens a lot in cases where there's a legal question. And that's if all of these facts are true, what is the law? And that's just something for the judge to decide. There'd be no testimony. There would be no jury. The judge would just simply say, yes, I find that these are analogous procedures and that the state is treating girls differently than boys, and then it therefore violates potentially 2 parts of the Oregon Constitution. We're not bringing this under federal statute. We're not dealing with the US Constitution. And if we win this lawsuit, it will not outlaw circumcision in Oregon. It will not simply, but powerfully identify and recognize that the procedures are analogous and that boys deserve to be treated and protected from genital cutting just like girls have been for the last 26 years in the state. So that would be and I just don't know what the state is going to argue. It's fascinating. It's going to be sort of I don't know if there have been other cases like maybe 20 years ago, I heard about it last year, or 40 years ago, there was someone that brought a case in Michigan, I think, or the Midwest. Is that the Midwest? Great Lakes area? Anyway, that's what I remember. So say that again. Okay, Sammer says there was an Eighth Circuit case when, yeah, many decades ago that got dismissed for lack of standing. So truly the work that they have done and that Intact Global and all of us have done have really, this is the furthest this has gotten, at least in a court. So that then makes, I think, the right time is coming, as the last speaker said, like it is moving into the right time. The fact that the judge entertained enough that this is a harm that gets us beyond that hurdle. That was a hurdle that was not available 40 years ago. So, woo. So we're gonna have that hearing, I expect. And then, I don't know why that wasn't on mine, but in any event, we're gonna have that hearing, and then win or lose, someone will appeal it. And that will go to the Court of Appeals, and this is a group of people, my peers, Court of Appeals, and they will make a decision about whether to send it back to the trial court, or probably they will make a decision about the constitutionality of the statute. During this time, the legislature could act. They could tweak the FGM law. They could talk about it in a legislative session, which would be great because, again, it would make the time more right. People would begin talking about it. Maybe a few boys might not be circumcised that year. So I think it's really important and that we're doing good work here, win or lose at each level. So after that, then it would go to the state Supreme Court and they would review what the Court of Appeals said and what happened, what Judge Odin Orr writes in his decision. And then after that, that is the end. There's no appeal to the US Supreme Court because there's no federal question. Although there's an equal protection under the US Constitution, this is a state case. So just to be really clear, nuts and bolts, this is never gonna go to the US Supreme Court. And not this case, yeah. And that's really it. That's just where we are. I wanted to give a brief outline of the case. Does anyone have any questions? Yes. Tim.
You should get this taped. You have to use both of these microphones. I know.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
one's streaming
How
the other
special.
here.
I'm on the mailing list for several women's groups, including Equality Now, who has made FGM one of their top priorities. I'm waiting for the shoe to drop for them when they become aware of this case. Is there any preparation that's going on to either acknowledge to them that this is what's happening and inviting them to become allies, to broaden the law, to protect all children? Or is it just going to be dealt with if and when it comes up? But I'm pretty sure it's not an if. It probably will come up.
I don't know anything about that. Eric?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I can say something. Yeah, Sam, there's a couple ways we can assuage the fears of FGM activists. One is that really, in Oregon, recognized this in some of the legislative history documents, that FGM was already prosecutable as child abuse and assault. Actually, the Oregon prosecutor's office was concerned that this FGM law would reduce their discretion in charging. So that's one thing, is that this is not going to make FGM legal. And I guess the tactic that we should use is that we have this uncertainty whether the FGM law is valid. This could be fuel for these anti-FGM groups to proactively lobby the legislature to make a more robust law that would not withstand or that would withstand legal scrutiny like our lawsuit. We would have a lot more bargaining power in that domain if our lawsuit is successful.
Great point. Yes, Deborah?
Thank you, Lake, for your excellent speech. Can you hear me? Okay. Just kidding. Hello? Okay. First of all, thank you for that. And thank you for being the local counsel for Intact Global. How important do you think it is that we have more lawsuits like this simultaneously throughout the country? And what would you advise that people in this room could do to further that cause?
Well, so as I did work on the gay marriage case in Oregon, and I was not doing that alone, like with us, we're kind of the lone voice in the country on this issue. At the time I was doing it, there were other states. California had already done it. Utah was one of the first states that, surprisingly, maybe just, I don't know why, so many Mormons there, you think maybe they wouldn't be into it, but it was a unanimous state Supreme Court opinion that said that marriage equality must be allowed for gay and lesbian people, same gender couples. But there was a lot of solidarity and a lot of nuance and variation to the ways in which courts looked at the issue. So that was very instructive in developing arguments. I think for the Oregon court, and in my case, the Attorney General was definitely on our side. So for them as well, because it's so easy to look at what other states are doing, to download their briefs, to listen online to the arguments. So I wanted to mention that Eric's excellent argument before Judge Odin Orr and the state's mediocre argument is available, I think, on the website, but we definitely got special permission. That's something that I did, to videotape that experience. So that's great. And so for people who are maybe doing this in other states, they can look at the work we've done in Oregon. So, we cross-pollinate in that way. What can people do from other states? Well, right now we need local counsel in Colorado. So if you know anyone who knows anyone in Colorado who might know someone there, that would be great, because we're ready to launch that. I mean, the work's been done, the statutes have been analyzed, we're ready to go. And then, financial support is always welcome to the organization. It's not inexpensive to do this work, and so that's helpful. So anyone else? Okay. Hi.
Yeah, thank you for the talk.
Will you say your name?
I'm Christian.
Hi, Christian.
Lots of family in Utah, actually. So.
Oh, good.
So I was just wondering if you're aware of whether or not European law has similar principles of equal protection under the law, and to what extent these kind of strategies, legal strategies, have been effective across the pond.
I don't know about any challenges to circumcision law in Europe. Do you, Samer? I bet Samer has studied this. What? Some countries have tried to ban circumcision. In Germany, oh yeah, you talked about that. And Iceland, so there are, I don't know though.
Oh, thank you.
But yeah, Samer and Dr. Jarrett can have more information there. All right.
Anyway, thank you so much, Lake, for coming to speak, for helping us out in Oregon, really. And as a little token of our appreciation, this little Intact Global class. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So really would not be as far as we are without Lake. So thank you so much, Lake. So we're about to break for lunch. But before we do, I have an important announcement, and that is we are still selling merchandise for Intact Global, right? And so actually, could I have the bag here? So we have these swag bags with T-shirts in them, right, of all various sizes. They look much better on our living model here, Ethan. So, right, $30 for a T-shirt, I believe, and then we also have the Intact Global hats, which are my favorite, $35, which I wear every day walking mountain, who will be joining us later. See, look how great that looks, right? So, big round of applause for Ethan. But we're not done. We are not done. We have the handy Intact Global notebook for notes here, the next conference, you name it. And it just keeps going in the Intact Global pin, which hopefully will get us over the line. And it all comes in the Intact Global bag, which is themed drawstring. So if you guys get it, you get it. So thank you so much. So yeah, get those before supplies sell out. And we love the merch. And as you said, we're fundraising as well. So, but lunch is served. So if, not everyone has to go up at once, but make sure you get some lunch. I think it's a 50-minute, 50 lunch break. So grab some lunch, say hi to your neighbors, and we will reconvene at, Justin, 1:30 p.m. All right, thank you all. And thank you, Justin.
Test, 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 test. Test, test.
So now I'm just putting it on this side. You should be good to go. I'm getting levels.
Good.
Got levels on 3. All set.
Thanks, guys.
It's 7 minutes. And the plan is that you're going to take the receiver off, the backpack off of him, and then lay it onto my headset. And then this will be the Q. Oh, the Q.
We're
You're going to have to take both of them off.
I just take them off.
Both of the receivers. Yeah, because mine is going to be for the live stream. And so as soon as people start clapping,
Right. I'll just take the stuff off. Yep. Okay.
I would recommend maybe like not doing it underneath the shirt then, unless like you really care
We
about
could, we could just pull the wire out, right? It should just slide out.
Yeah.
I just have to take my shirt off. What am I
was
gonna
gonna
do?
say, if that's what you want to do. The grand tradition
I think they'll
is
enjoy
actually
it.
just taking your shirt off. Awesome. We're all set, and I have it muted right now.
Good. Yes, I don't want to drop the F-bomb. All right, I'm gonna use it back. Hi.
I'm Justine. I was trying to talk to you earlier. We talked on the
yes.
phone.
Okay.
Yeah, remember a few weeks ago.
You can just for 1 second.
Yeah.
I just have to say hi to Anthony.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
We spoke on the phone about lobbying a
Okay.
few weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, right,
I'm the
right.
attorney
Yes, yes.
here,
Now I
and
remember. Yes.
Yeah, I work on GALDEP's advisory
Yes.
council. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to hearing more about the Medicaid.
Yeah, well,
issue.
yeah, it's, I think, there's a lot of potential. I'm going to talk about all the things we're doing, federal, state, where we're at, and, just making it happen.
When did you get in?
Last night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you make it for part of the gala?
Unfortunately not.
Oh,
I-
we missed you.
I didn't get to my
Fun.
hotel till almost 10 o'clock.
Oh my God.
The LAX is a rough airport.
Yeah,
fly-
it's not easy
Getting out.
well, getting in and out actually, but getting out, you have to go.
Just to get your bags from
taxi
JetBlue, it's like a mile hike.
Oh, I guess it's a big airport.
It's a hike, and
I
then
thought you were going to complain about the ground transportation.
they put you on a bus to get to the baggage claim.
Oh,
That was
wow.
like a 10-minute
Oh my
ride.
gosh, no, I haven't experienced
Yeah, and
it
then
that
then you go up the stairs, walk, then down the stairs.
bad.
You get your bags. That came pretty quick. Then you get bags. Now you got to find out where the Uber thing is. And I'm walking around. I asked the security guard in the road. Like, you know, where's the Uber lot? Get back on the sidewalk. I'm like, whatever, dude. Go. I found the Uber lot. Like
That's good. Now that's where I struggle is that there's a shuttle that'll take you to
Right.
the Uber lot, but
Right.
I usually just walk it,
Yeah.
and it's not that easy to walk. It seems like it's going to just be a really quick walk, but you go by construction and then it's sketchy and you're crossing busy streets.
You think they
So
put like
great.
a sign
It's
up
not
at a baggage
easy.
claim, like Uber lot?
Yeah,
this? No,
yeah,
they
it's
don't
not
do that.
obvious.
They don't want
I
to
know,
tell you.
I know. I feel bad for people that don't speak English or just are confused. It's not very welcoming.
I'm wandering around. You know.
Well, you made it. That's good.
Oh, hello, Tony. End of the hour. Great to see you.
Okay.
So I know you've been here a little. You kind of see the thing. I'm gonna come up, introduce you.
Yep.
You know, thank you for making it. I know that this has been quite the weekend.
Right. After giving you so much shit about the lighting and everything,
I know.
I'm like, oh, I might not be able to come now.
Yeah, no, we got the lighting, and the lighting's good, and the ship helped make it everything better, right? So we got some good,
Yeah.
This space is made for filming and stuff like this. This is a great thing. But anyway, so I, introduced you as the founder of Retraction
Right.
and Health Equity Campaign,
Equality.
Health Equality
Right.
Campaign. 501c3, C4.
Right.
I don't know if you're going to talk about the difference or kind of what.
Briefly, I'm going to touch on it. I don't want to
Okay.
get into too much
The
details
weeds,
and everything. Yeah.
I'm going to thank you for making it, despite your recent loss in the family.
Right.
And, just give you the floor and do whatever.
Yeah, I'll do my
you're,
thing.
You're mic'd up.
I'm mic'd
you
up.
spoke to the sound guys.
We're all good.
We'll put you after lunch because I know that
Yeah.
there's a little additional
Yeah.
fare for our friend.
Yeah.
But,
I'm going right now.
yeah. Is Jessica speaking with Ron?
I'm asking.
Yeah.
She said
Yeah,
she
I'm
wanted
coming in right at like
clarify that
30
because
minutes.
there's sound
Like,
implications.
so.
Okay, so Jessica wanted to do a 5-minute talk. Should we do that first?
Will it really be 5 minutes?
I can ask. If it is, then we can do it right now.
Yeah.
Okay. And then she's going to kind of be your hype man.
That-
A hype woman, I should say. I will give her the instructions. Yeah.
We'll
Because
kill the mic.
she's been volunteering for a lot.
Okay.
How was the fight?
Fight was great.
Oh, good.
LAX sucks.
Oh my God, right? I know.
Everything's beautiful and everything, but you got to walk a mile to get to the baggage claim. Like, what the fuck? Plus, take a bus ride, which is like 10 minutes.
For like Uber or Lyft or yeah.
No, just to get to the baggage claim is a bus
Where'd you
ride.
fly?
JetBlue.
Oh, JetBlue. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do have an off. They do separate terminal. Yeah.
Yeah, you're walking and walking and walking. Then.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. I hope you had a great lunch. We're going to get started up in a minute, just giving the 1-minute warning. If anyone just want to grab your drinks, maybe another plate of food if you're still hungry, And let's give a round of applause to the wait staff and the servers and Ina here for doing such a great job. Thank you so much for your hard work. We got to eat, right? It's an important mission, but we got to take care of ourselves. So the next speaker on the schedule is Tony Lasquadro, who we all know and love. But to introduce that, we have a brief speech, not little, a big and brief speech by Jessica Renek. So let's give a big round of applause to Jessica. And watch the wires.
Watch the wires. Hi. Just love all of you Intactivists. Just want to say that. And I'm not used to being this side. I'm usually behind the camera. Thanks, Eric. So, louder? Okay. Okay. So 2 years ago, I began a documentary about Intactivism. And I hit the streets in the Bay Area with the bloodstained men to film them. I gladly wore the white outfit and a red patch on my crotch in solidarity. Each and every bloodstained man, each and every protester is so different and has a different approach out on the street speaking with the public. And shout out to Intaction too, Tony, for being out on the street and waking up the masses. I know there are those who find the street protests too much, but what's too much is violating the genitals of children violently, causing irreparable damage. The shock factor. The shock factor of street protests is often the first or only thing that brings people out of the trance of cultural brainwashing. You can't unsee men, women, and intersex people in all white with bloodstains on their genital area. Or what Tony has done with dolls and circumstraints in Times Square. This imagery reaches a part of the subconscious, our ancient DNA, that understands that harm to our children and our genitals puts our very species and its survival in danger. No matter how someone may initially react to seeing protesters, they cannot unsee those images. The street protests are like an alarm bell ringing that wakes people up. Who likes their alarm clock? Nobody, maybe. Once people are jarred out of that inertia, that's where the rest of us can come in. Intactivist street protests ignite the public's awareness powerfully. FGM protesters didn't do it better or do it right. FGM never had the cultural hold in the United States that male genital mutilation has had. Kellogg originally intended to chemically mutilate every clitoris. Thankfully, that did not stick. Unfortunately, mutilating boys did. I'm not here to argue whether people are doing it right or wrong. I'm here to say that people are doing it right. Protecting all children takes a village, and we are the village. Every village has a town crier, and sometimes the bloodstained men are it. Sometimes Intaction is it. They stand on the street sounding the alarm. Whether people's initial reactions are curiosity, anger, shock, resistance, or a secret relief because the despair from their own genital mutilation is being recognized. People begin to notice and often seek out groups or individuals who share about the harms of genital mutilation, as well as the benefits of bodily integrity and the necessity of welcoming children into this world with peace and love. The variety of Intactivist voices all of you here, you amazing people. You give people so much to choose from how they change their minds away from that cultural brainwashing. People cannot stay asleep forever. We're fortunate to have tireless volunteers, often wearing a uniform that represents the purpose that all of us here share, taking to the streets. It's often the bloodstained men, Intaction, or other street protests that bring people to other intactivist platforms. A friend last night in New Zealand told me that 5 boys in her family are intact because her brother saw the bloodstained men on Facebook. As we all know, Intactivism is not about any individual or group. Intactivism is about the children not yet here that we all intend to protect. It's about the future of humanity itself. There's a weird saying, there are more ways than one to skin a cat. Well, there are more ways than one to keep children from being skinned alive. It takes a village. We are that village. No hierarchy, no single solution. Protecting all children is going to take all of us. It's going to take all of us and many more. To that point, I want to say one more thing. I heard someone saying yesterday that the different intactivist groups are competing for donors. We're all capable of inspiring more people to become donors and intactivists. The documentary I'm making about intactivism has received funding from a Jewish 501c3. I hope we can all see the value in each other's approaches to intactivism and work together to end the tragedy that genital cutting of infants is. Peace on earth begins at birth. Love you all.
Thank you so much, Jessica. And Jessica does so much for the movement. And it's not just people in front of the scenes, but behind the scenes, making sure that the streams work, that we're connected through the internet. So Jessica really embodies that spirit and the volunteer spirit. So big round of applause for Jessica. Thank you so much for all your help and bringing us together and bringing the community together. Now, our next speaker you all know and love. He needs no introduction, although I'll give him a brief one. Tony Lasquadro came here today, and we missed him yesterday because of the loss of his father. So thank you for making it, despite this serious loss. But it speaks volumes to his commitment to this cause that brings us all here together, to protecting these children who are relying on us and relying on Tony and his work with Intaction and the Health Equality Campaign in both educating, protecting children, and actually changing the laws with state legislatures. So let's give a big round of applause to Tony Lasquadro.
Thank you, Eric. All right. Okay. Where's the clicker? The clicker is, okay. Okay, let me just get myself set up here. Okay, well, it's great to see all of you, and thank you, Eric, and the Intact Global team, Justin, for inviting me again. Intact Global, nice event. This guy is the GOAT. And he's looking very dapper too. And now we know he owns at least 2 suits. All right, but I feel like I'm in a library here. So That's probably good. So if I start to suck, maybe I'll just pass some books out. But I'm going to talk about my work and adventures lobbying for the cause, and that's the cause of stopping the genital mutilation of children. Let me just see here. We good? Okay. Protecting boys and men's bodily autonomy isn't a fringe idea. It's fundamental to their health and dignity and essential for their well-being. And we're doing real lobbying just like the big guys. But I want to say I was on Capitol Hill walking the halls of Congress, meeting with high-ranking senators and congressmen. I was even going to meet the Vice President of the United States. And as an Italian-American, I thought my grandparents would be so proud. We came from Ellis Island to Washington, D.C. But then I met RFK Jr.'s nephew, Jackson Hines. He told me to call me the penis guy in Washington. I turned to my lobbyist and I said, is this what my lobbying dollars are going to? You better fix this. I hope my grandparents didn't hear that, wherever they are. I'm going to talk about all things circumcision. That's why we're at this Lollapalooza of Activists. Circumcision, it's a cruel deal all around. They took away my foreskin, but left me with a prostate. Why didn't they remove that? Foreskin doesn't make you get up 3 times at night to pee. That prostate, that's the real troublemaker. And even if as I advocate for my bodily autonomy, that prostate's like, F you, I'm running the show. But okay, enough with all that. I'm Anthony Lasquadro from Intersectional and the Health Equality Campaign out of New York. And I had to be here for one reason, to be in a room full of people who know how to fight, people who stand up for who we are as human beings, men and women, and not to be constrained or told who we have to do, but to have lives filled with our own hopes, dreams, and purpose. And here's what we're fighting for: the right for every human being to pursue those dreams with a natural, intact body. They try to hide what they do to children behind polite language. They call it circumcision, but we know what it is. We know the truth, and we're not afraid to say it. It's genital mutilation. So let me ask you, and I want to hear you loudly. Are you those people? If you are, give me a yes, we are. Yes. All right. That's it. I want to feel the energy, because when I look around this room, you're not ordinary people. You're the few who have the courage, who chose courage over comfort. You're the ones that are willing to speak out about an issue that most people are too afraid to question, too afraid to challenge, too afraid of offending someone. But not you. You chose to care and you chose to show up, and that makes you powerful. So right now I want to do something. Let's acknowledge that courage and celebrate the fact that we're all here. Thank you for being here and caring. Give yourselves a round of applause. And listen, we're not alone. There are people watching right now. People who couldn't get on a plane. People who couldn't travel. Like my friends and colleagues, David Grant in New York and Mike Winnell in Australia. But they're with us in spirit, watching this live stream, standing with us for the same truth. So let's send that energy and love to those watching the stream and everyone else. On 3, let's give them a round of applause too. 1, 2, 3. This is how movements grow. This is how change happens. And this is what courage looks like. So my philosophy about Activism has changed over the years. As I said at the last conference, if you were here, in that it's not so much about raising awareness anymore. It's about obtaining outcomes. It's about what we can do to directly impact the NTIC circumcision rate in this country. And NTIC is my shorthand for elective non-therapeutic infant circumcision. It's just a fancy way of saying it doesn't do anything and you don't need it. And the rates are dropping. Just in the last few months, it was reported by researchers from Johns Hopkins that rates in America have dropped down to 49%. And it happens to be the authors of that article are our opposition. Nothing is more persuasive than using your opposition's own data to show that you were right, that American support of circumcision continues to fall. It's like getting a confession. And circumcision rates are a proxy for American support for the practice. That's how it translates. And when I go to Capitol Hill or state capitals, it's one of the first things I mention, that Americans are having a breakup with circumcision. And policymakers don't have to worry about disrupting the practice because it's not going to be missed. So, and I call it a practice. I call circumcision a practice, not a procedure, because calling it a procedure dignifies it too much. It's really a bad American habit. But the study said that the largest drop was amongst white and high-income parents. And that certainly deflates arguments that stopping Medicaid coverage harms or stigmatizes low-income families. Now, I heard some people questioning the study and saying that we shouldn't accept it on face value, or that it's some kind of a trick. I mean, I don't know. I don't get it. If it is disinformation, whoever did it's really bad at disinformation. I mean, look, our opponents are going to do whatever they're going to do. I'm not going to worry about it. But a key element of the study that it says it shows a declining trend. Okay, so who cares what the actual number is? It doesn't matter. It's the trend. I mean, but besides, are they going to like trick us into not being intactivists anymore? I mean, like, okay, it's 49%. Our work is done. I can go home. Are you giving up? Give me a no way. Hell no. So I formed the Health Equality Campaign a few years back as the lobbying arm of Intaction. Health equality means equality between genders. We don't cut girls, so we shouldn't cut boys. And I registered as a 501c4, which means we would be unrestricted to lobby legislators and financially support friendly candidates for political office. So last year we were trying to get a bill passed in New Hampshire. Let me just see here. Okay, that's our group in New Hampshire. Peter Adler's in there and a few others. We actually made 2 attempts and we had success in passing the House Health Committee and then the full House. And then we got into the Senate and we got stalled. And then it became inexpedient to legislate. So we may try again next year because we have a great group of supporters up there. Just because a bill doesn't pass the first time, second time, most bills don't pass. Like in passing any bills, there's like this status quo bias that the sponsors have to overcome, right? It's easier to stop something than to create change. So, but it was an exciting time. It was a great opportunity for us to be directly involved with the legislative process. And New Hampshire is a little bit unique like that. But when that was all over, I felt like I was still missing the big picture. Like going state by state, trying to convince 33 state governments to change their Medicaid payments, it was going to take forever. And it was like playing whack-a-mole, where I would change policy in one state favorably, and then probably another state, I'd get a bad change. So I felt like we needed to go national. I needed to be in Washington, D.C. I wanted to affect national healthcare policy. It sounds audacious, but why can't we? Why? Are we afraid of something? Tell me a no way. No. Now, Medicaid is the key for reducing circumcision rates in America. I'm targeting insurance because the guaranteed payments places babies on a circumcision conveyor belt. When hospitals know the money will be wire transferred from the insurance company's bank account into theirs, they will solicit and manipulate parents to do it. Insurance payments are the linchpin. I believe if the money is not there, hospitals will tell parents they don't do them anymore. Not medically necessary. Your son will be fine just the way he is. When you change economic incentives, you change human behavior. Medicaid is the target because at least 50% of the children in America are covered under Medicaid or CHIPS, which is the Children's Health Insurance Program. And then private insurance is often based off of Medicaid coverage, with private insurers reluctant to stop covering something that public insurance covers, both for competitive and regulatory reasons. So with the new administration in Washington coming in the early of 2025, and with the focus and attention on routing out waste, fraud, and abuse, which defines circumcision perfectly, and with it possibly being the most disruptive time in American politics, for better or for worse, I had to be in the middle of that chaos, seeking change on a national level. Maybe I could ride in with the tide of some other issues and mixed in with that stuff. But I felt like it would be activist malpractice not to be there. So I began talking to DC lobbyists who might entertain taking our campaign on as a client. We need a lobbyist and their connections to get in front of people that can help us. Now, anyone that's tried to create change on this issue knows how challenging it is just to get past the gatekeepers, okay? Just mention circumcision and people start staring at the floor like, oh, that's an interesting carpet pattern down there. It took some time, but I finally found a firm that was interested and had direct connections into the current administration. And that was Chess McDowell of Checkmate Government Relations. It's one of the fastest growing firms in DC. Now I'm gonna preface this with a trigger warning. So if some of you guys don't like the people in this picture, just take a deep breath. Okay, so the guy on the left is Chess, he's our lobbyist, he's our head lobbyist, and then you got RFK on the right and whoever. They're falconeers, so that's what they do. Okay, so Chess, he personally knows RFK Jr. along with several other key players in the administration. I want to point out that when it comes to politics, I don't get to pick who's in power in DC. Intaction HEC engages in single issue advocacy. If it's the current administration, I'll engage them. Some people might get upset with that. I have to work with the people who are in control. Otherwise, I would have to wait 4 years for another administration. And then what if I don't like that one? So in lobbying, it's not about idealistic views or who you like. It's about getting done what you need to get done to reach your goals. Yeah. Even if you have to hold your nose. So I leave it to others to fight the political and cultural wars. I just don't know if I'm out of sync with my slides here. Give me 1 second. Oh, yeah, I skipped a slide. So this is Checkmate's clients, just to give you an idea who we're running with here. Now, I don't know if you guys can read this, but there's some really big pharma companies, government agencies in other countries, this kind of a thing. So some nonprofits. So this is who we're with. This is who we're working with that has these type of clients. So we finally embarked on this federal effort back in June of 2025, just as the big, beautiful bill was being debated. But we were coming in just at the tail end of that. But in a very short time, I was meeting some people at high levels of government. I made several trips to DC. The lobbyist I directly work with is this lady named Caitlin, and she and I met policy staffers, like for instance, from Senator Mike Crapo's office. He's the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee. Senate Finance is a key committee because they control funding for Medicaid and HHS. When Caitlin contacts the legislator, she gives them our policy documents on how 16, 17 states have dropped coverage from Medicaid funding for circumcision, how parents are rejecting it in greater numbers, per that John Hopkins article, cost to Medicaid, plus we add in complication costs, because you can't forget about that. If you don't do the circumcision in the first place, you don't have the complication costs. And how it's not medically necessary, and that wonderful Max Buckler article with doctors from the AAP withdrawing their support from circumcision, in which they said doctors need to get out of the circumcision business and they no longer recommend it. So we also approached HHS, which I'm going to use that abbreviation, but it's Health and Human Services. We call it socializing the issue with the end goal of getting a policy change or updated guidance on the coverage of NTIC in the state Medicaid programs. Policy changes are a lot easier than passing a law. So sometimes that's more expedient to kind of do things that way. And when I say socialize, that means chatting the issue, chatting about the issue, warming them up to it and getting their take on it without a specific ask. I was invited to a DC dinner event to meet staff from Vice President J.D. Vance's office. Unfortunately, as it turned out that day, that was the day Charlie Kirk was murdered, and due to heightened security restrictions, they couldn't attend the event. But after all these meetings, my take on this is that we are a novel issue in the spectrum of issues that they're dealing with. So we do have to take that into consideration, and it takes time and repetitions to warm them up and find people that will support us. I think generally speaking, people often understand our positions, but they never heard of a group actively taking this issue on. I was hanging with Jackson Hines, who's RFK Jr.'s nephew. He's actually one of our lobbyists. I also networked with the MAHA movement. I met with Tony Lyons of MAHA Action to network and build relationships. And it's also a way to reach RFK Jr. Because, and other officials too, because this is their group essentially. They do believe in respecting the body as it's naturally designed, not normalizing unnecessary medical interventions, and that people should have the ultimate say over what happens to their bodies. So there is like some commonality there. Obviously, we're more of a one-topic issue where MAHA is many issues, and you don't have to agree with all of them. I was present at some events where RFK Jr. was there, and he was like 6 feet away from me in a room full of people interested in changing healthcare. I mean, that's where you want to be, right? Give me a yes if you're with me. We're seeking policy changes from HHS and CMS, which is the Center for Medicaid Medicare Services, to change reimbursement of Medicaid coverage, or at least issue new guidance to state Medicaid programs that they probably shouldn't be covering it. I briefly met with Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services, Jim O'Neill, and also the Assistant Secretary of Health, Dr. Christine. We do have a pending meeting with Dr. Christine. And he's also a urologist, so it'll be interesting to see what his take on this is. Hopefully he's an enlightened doc, but I know he's definitely interested in talking to us about this. Having an activist meet with high-level officials like this is a first. Now, even though we're focused on U.S. healthcare policy, we did have some discussions with the Department of State regarding USAID and PEPFAR over their funding for African circumcision campaigns. I wanted to know the status of these programs. So what I found out is that reduced funding for USAID awards in 2025 has severely impacted voluntary medical male circumcision, VMMC, in Africa. For instance, in South Africa, 75% of the funding for VMMC was terminated, which is a pretty significant disruption. It's difficult for us to get exact numbers or find out if VMMC has been completely shut down because the funds are sent as block grants to various countries and they can allocate them as they want. Yeah, some senators like Susan Collins of Maine was defending PEPFAR, so we sent her office documents outlining the corruption, fraud, and human rights abuses inside of VMMC programs. So, I mean, lobbying in Washington not only allows us to weigh in on national issues, but international concerns as well. And while I was focusing on DC, we still had a busy time at the state level too. In Mississippi, HB 722 and HB 412 were two bills that was submitted to the Health Committee to add Medicaid coverage for circumcision in January of 2025. One of those bills was a second attempt by the same sponsor. Now, a week after these bills were introduced, we hired lobbyist Jordan Stahns to represent us in the state. That's Jordan. She immediately spoke to Health Committee Chairwoman McGee. So we could interject our concerns. And McGee said that since it's medically unnecessary, Mississippi's limited Medicaid funds should go towards medically necessary care, not elective procedures. So in a state facing serious public health challenges, that really mattered. And those bills died in committee. We were there, we made the effort, and we didn't default, okay? We didn't default on it, because then if the bill would have passed, then it would have, well, shoulda, coulda, woulda, okay? So Mississippi remains one of the 17 states where Medicaid doesn't promote NTIC circumcision. From what I was told of the bills in Mississippi that do survive committee and come up for a vote in the House, most of them pass with very little discussion and very few no votes. So it's critical to oppose them in committee, at least in Mississippi, and I'm proud to say we were right on top of it. What else do we have? Let's see, I don't know what this is. Okay. I've been working in North Carolina. I've been working in North Carolina now for several years since they modified Medicaid Regulation 1A-22 to add HIV prophylaxis as a medically necessary reason for infant circumcision, which is a fraud because babies aren't at risk for sexually transmitted HIV. Okay? It's just a loophole to allow hospitals to take any reason and to make it a medical necessity and get paid for it, which is a violation of the law. That's why 1A-22 is in place. They also streamlined the diagnosis code so hospitals can get paid quicker, and then they doubled the Medicaid reimbursement rate in the Medicaid tables with a 2x multiplier, so they get paid twice as much to do them. We engaged officials in North Carolina HHS 2 times, including the state Medicaid director and the chief medical officer. We met with them in 2022. I was unable to persuade them. And then there was a change in administration, so all new people came in. So we engaged them again in 2025, but again, we were unsuccessful. So in 2026, being that our lobbyists Checkmate are very well connected in the North Carolina legislature, we put them to work on this. And realized there in North Carolina, they have a Democrat governor administration running Medicaid, but they have a Republican majority in the House and Senate, or the Assembly, whatever they call themselves. So there's no love lost there between the two sides, and especially when on healthcare. So we're going to use that tension to try to our benefit. Our feedback for getting a legislative change so far has been very encouraging, with an influential member of the House Health Committee on our side, who's also a doctor. Also, the House Speaker is on our side. He agrees with us. So I'm hopeful we can clamp down on 1A-22 legislatively to make circumcision reimbursable only for bona fide, rare, medically necessary reasons, with HIV prophylaxis excluded. The Assembly starts a new session on April 23rd, and they're going over Medicaid very closely since spending and coverage have exploded while federal reimbursements have been cut. But a good thing in that state is that the 4 managed Medicaid providers have aligned their coverage with 1A-22. So any change that happens will include not only the traditional fee-for-service Medicaid, but also the private managed Medicaid insurance providers. And also those private insurers, they also dropped what they call value-added coverage for free circumcision. All 4 of them dropped it last year. So insurance companies can provide more services than were required, and they were doing that, but now they dropped it. So when I first started Intaction, it was all about raising awareness and educating the public and reaching out to people who may help us with this issue. We raised a lot of awareness, but I came to realize no one was coming to help us. There's no cavalry or gallant knight coming to our rescue. We have to help ourselves, and that's what the Health Quality Campaign is all about. The campaign has already saved thousands of children from the harm and trauma of circumcision, both in Maine, Mississippi, and Arizona. For instance, in Maine, by stopping LD 1858, that's 2,000 children that will be left intact per year, or if you look at it over 5 years, that's like 10,000. And that's based on the Maine Department of Health's fiscal notes that was attached to the bill. In Mississippi, we just stopped HB 412, and in Arizona, we had HB 2512. These are the results our campaign delivers: outcome and impact. So when I first arrived in DC, it's kind of like when it really hit me. When I get special access to events in DC or standing there in the halls of Congress, I felt like we're finally here. And I was walking through these different legislative office buildings and going to various meetings. I saw all these people like lobbyists, clients representing various causes and trade groups and businesses all hustling around, knocking on doors, pushing their issues. And I felt like this is where we have to be. This is where change can happen. And, you know, this is where we can persuade policymakers to take on this issue. And even though they weren't expecting us, this is where we belong. Using the system for us and not letting them use it against us to change the institutional and systemic practice of genital mutilation. Our beliefs are righteous and we deserve to be there. And you have to be there or you lose by default. You know, because circumcision was placed on a track by people like Anthony Fauci. He was a promoter of circumcision. He funded the major African randomized control trials, RCTs, that claimed circumcision prevented HIV. Claiming circumcision prevents HIV became one of the biggest obstacles for men keeping their foreskin since Kellogg told parents it prevented masturbation. Fauci, I am the science. He represents the arrogance and medical paternalism of those who want to rule over you with their social control experiments. I am the science. And COVID couldn't come from experiments he had funded on gain-of-function research of bat viruses with laundered money in China because he couldn't do it here, and then he retired with a preemptive pardon. I am the science is the shield they erect when it comes to attacking the part of you that is your erection. Too much power in the hands of too few that creates healthcare policy to control you and your life and forces things on you that you didn't ask for or want. And we have to push back against the legacy media that's the propaganda wing for government, that always spouts the same refrains about how circumcision prevents infections, or HIV, or herpes, or masturbation. How they love to say it's a practice that goes back thousands of years that's cherished by Jews and Muslims. Well, it's mostly Jews that are vocal about it, but they like to make it seem like it's a pluralistic coalition. But let's not forget the Aborigines why they're at it. Their version of circumcision, slicing the penis down the middle like it's a hot dog. Don't forget the relish. Is that a cherished tradition? Oh, it's cherished. Like anyone that's opposed is breaking up the party. Well, you know what other traditions are cherished that go back thousands of years? Like killing gay people, like it says in Leviticus 20:13, or slavery in Leviticus 25:44, or honor killings under Sharia law. I'm not going to feel uncomfortable about discussing this topic because we're blasting through all the establishment's lies, bullshit, and propaganda that separated you from your intact body, your bodily autonomy, your hopes, dreams, and happiness, and an institutionalized system that protects a practice that's senseless, needless, pointless. Everyone talks about men's health and like suicide rates, loneliness, falling behind in school, but nobody wants to talk about the first violation many boys experience, having part of their body permanently cut off before they can speak, consent, or defend themselves. If society truly cared about boys' and men's well-being, bodily autonomy wouldn't be absent as an infant. You can't claim to champion consent, dignity, and equality while normalizing medically unnecessary genital cutting on newborn boys. Concerns about men's well-being doesn't start in adulthood when problems show up in statistics. It starts on day one when a boy's body should be respected in the first place. And until we confront that contradiction, the conversation about boys and men will always be incomplete. Tell me yes if you're with me. Yes. I remember when my son was born and my wife and I were empowered with the knowledge and strength to keep him intact and preserve his dignity and the beatitude of a natural intact body and soul. And he wasn't subjected to fear and harm as a baby. And now his teachers in elementary school say he's the most empathetic kid that they know. He even tries to help other kids that are having difficulties. And they told us that he would make a terrific therapist when he grows up. Because when you protect an innocent child, protect them from the pain and abuse of traumatic practices, and allow him to naturally flourish, there is nothing holding him back. Now, let's also talk about circumcision in religion, since we already touched on it. Jesus Christ was born into a Jewish culture where malah was customary, even though how much foreskin was actually removed was likely not that much, since before the 2nd century AD, only a minimal amount was typically taken. But the message Christians celebrate at Easter is that his death and resurrection created a new covenant, one based on faith, not rituals. The early church leaders wrestled with this question directly. Leaders like Paul the Apostle said that physical circumcision was no longer required for followers of Christ. Faith, compassion, and love are the defining marks of Christianity, not cutting the body. Jesus reminds Christians that what matters most isn't a mark on the body. It's how we act to each other and the lives that we live. That's what identifies us. You are all worthy of love. You're all worthy of an intact body. All of you are harboring pain. All of you are waking up at 3 a.m. with doubts and uncertainty, or maybe it's just that troublemaker prostate that's got your bladder tied up in knots. But knowing that you have to face the world in a few hours, that's called being a human being. So after all those meetings and walking in those halls and shaking hands with people who shape national policy, I want to tell you what I learned. The story doesn't change when the people in power or the media decide it's time. What we want has to be pushed through the government and medical institutions because they won't do it themselves. We have to create the change we seek. That's the message I bring to you. Things change when ordinary people decide they won't wait anymore. And that's what this room is. This is not so much a conference. This is a line in the sand because every movement has a turning point. A moment where we stop hoping for something to happen and start making things happen. And I believe deeply we're in that moment right now. Years from now, people will say, when did this begin? When did the tide finally turn? And the answer will be simple. It turned when people like you decided to stand up, to speak up, and to show up. And not because it was easy, not because it was popular, but because it was right. And one day, maybe sooner than we think, children in this country will grow up in this country where cutting their genitals is no longer considered normal. So look around this room. This is what courage looks like. This is what change looks like. This is what history looks like before it's been written. And remember this, the children who grow up intact and free from genital cutting will never know our names. They won't know the struggles that we had. They won't see the resistance that we faced. They won't know the weight that we carried. They will just live free and intact. And their freedom will be the proof that you were here. Thank you very much. I'm Anthony Lasquadro from the Captain and the Health Quality Campaign.
This is the striptease part of the show.
We need both of them.
The team descends on Tony. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For that powerful presentation. Tony did not disappoint. As a small token of our appreciation, just to remind you that you came out here. We got the video, it's proof in history, so thank you so much for your work. Justin, we do not have time for Q&A, but Tony will be here, so corner him, and ask him some questions. But thank you so much. Big round of applause. One more for Tony, all the work he's doing. Wow. Okay. It was quite the speech. And now we've got another great speaker. As we said, we have 2 fantastic days of programming. We're so grateful Tony made it out, especially considering the loss that he just suffered. But at the end of the day, we're all making sacrifices so that the next generation of children can have a better life. Maybe the life that we did not have, but we leave the world in a better place than we found it, right? And so it is my great pleasure to introduce this next speaker, very accomplished lawyer and advocate, legal researcher, writer, who's been before international panels advocating for children's rights. Let's give a big round of applause for the founder, executive director of Attorneys for the Rights of Child, Stephen Fabota. Big round of applause.
Welcome, Stephen. Thank you, Eric.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Does everybody hear me? Okay. So, it's great to be here. It's such an honor. It really is such an honor. I'm elated. I've been working on this issue since 1990, intensively since 1996, when my organization was founded, Attorneys for the Rights of the Child. That's David Atkinson, our longtime valued newsletter editor over there. And I'm elated. I've never been to a conference that has had this kind of energy, that has had this kind of diversity and passion and excitement. We are building something new. We are building something new. And I'm so proud and honored to be part of it. I'm so proud and honored to be here. And most of you I've met this weekend, and it's been incredible. It's been incredible. So how do we do it? We all do it with our own strengths. We all have different strengths. I've always been sort of a nerd, okay? I've tried to overcome it a little bit as I've gotten older, but I'm gonna be who I'm gonna be. And I became a lawyer partly to overcome my social awkwardness. And my parents were mad at me. I was going to law school. In fact, I went to Harvard Law School, and they were mad at me, the only parents in the history of the world. But the reason was that my dad was an engineer, and I was gonna be an academic physicist. I was gonna be off in my little corner with my papers, working on my physics ideas. But I decided to do something different. I decided to get involved in law. Now, when I went to law school, I had no idea about this world. I was exposed to it my second summer because I came to San Francisco and worked for California Rural Legal Assistance, Cesar Chavez's legal support team. And that second summer, I found out about this organization called RECAP, which later became NORM, the National Organization for Restoring Men. And I went to a meeting of that in 1990. There were 17 men in a big circle, 16 men and me. And the other 16 men all dropped their drawers. I had no idea they were going to be showing off their restoration. But I've been in a lot of different groups, and I'm pretty good at covering my reactions to things and sort of getting through. So I got through as best I could. Jen Isarelli outlined 10 areas that Activists have been working in. The funny thing about it, she's right. Her outline was good. I support it. And one of the 10 she mentioned, we did a lot of in the early years, which was trying to stop Medicaid funding of genital cutting. And not only that, but we did stop it in 15 states. 15 states. The story's a little complicated, but 15 states stopped Medicaid funding because of work that we and two other lead folks in the movement were doing back at the time. This is years ago, and a couple of states retrenched, but we saved so many children. And I was on Guam. That's where my kid's mom is from. So I was getting up at 3 in the morning because of the time difference to call. It's very unglamorous. It's not fancy. It's like just get up and make phone calls to bureaucrats who are bored. They have no interest in your issue. They have no interest in our issue whatsoever. They're not in favor of it, and they're not against it. They just never heard of it. So that was a trip. That was a long time ago. So I went to the United Nations in 2001. I put genital mutilation, male genital mutilation, on the UN record for the first time, August 2001. And you can still read it today. You can go to the UN website and read that document. And there were the experts, which was the official title of these United Nations Human Rights Commission's people from around the world, and they were experts. They would set meetings up with our organization over and over and over, and they didn't show up. They kept not showing up for the meetings. They didn't call me, email me, they didn't cancel. They just didn't show up, so that was a bit disillusioning. Then I found out, I did a bunch of research in the basement of the UN building, and I found out that the United Nations, shockingly to me, I was this young, naive man who trusted the law, believed naively that the law was going to be the solution to solve all our problems. The UN had sort of, so to speak, in the middle of the night, gotten up and violated its own procedures and changed the office of Special Rapporteur for women and children to special rapporteur for women and the girl child. So boy children were removed from protection by this action that the UN took at midnight, as it were. I'm speaking in, but they never announced it. They never officially admitted it. You're just reading the documents and it says special rapporteur, which means a human rights person who reports, as you might think, rapporteur, on the issues that this groups face. You're reading about the special rapporteur for women and children, and then suddenly it changes to women and the girl child. What happened? And by the way, why aren't men in this? Men are human beings too, I believe. I could be wrong, check me. So men were never included, but that's another issue. But in any event, there's always things going on, but the next big thing was we were invited to debate Michael Brady in Charleston, South Carolina in 2013. Michael Brady is a member of the American Academy Pediatrics Task Force that issued the last position statement in 2012. Peter Adler was there. He helped significantly with this. And so before I went, I was really nervous, and I felt like I'm going to be debating this world famous epidemiologist, this doctor who's like done it all. And what do I know? And I knew he was in favor of genital mutilation, but what do I know? And Bob Van Houw, who's this very eminent doctor who's written 1 million papers on genital mutilation, 3, I think it is, with me and hundreds of others. He said, "Oh, Stephen, you know the law way better. You know the medicine way better than they do." But I didn't believe him. I thought he was just trying to pump me up, and I thought he was just trying to be nice to me. Then the other part of the story is I was supposed to leave 6 a.m. to go to Charleston, South Carolina. So at midnight, I get the PowerPoint that Brady put together. So that was the only time in my life I've done a PowerPoint. And my kid's mom, the one that was from Guam, who I was just in the middle of separating from, to be more accurate, I was trying to keep us together, but we didn't end up separating. Without me asking her, she stayed up all night with me and went through the PowerPoint and laughed at Brady's points and said, "Oh, this is wrong, this is wrong." And she's from a Jewish family, but she's relatively objective about genital mutilation. And the other thing she said was, "Oh, Stephen, don't say anything about human rights. Doctors don't care about human rights." She's a pediatrician. I left that part out. Sorry. She's a doctor. She's a pediatrician, so she knows what she's talking about. Doctors don't care about human rights. So anyway, we went to Charleston, and we had this debate with Michael Brady, and it went well. On the second day, I'm sitting in my chair, and there's a plenary session. There's 4 debates, so there's 8 people together. I'm sitting in my chair, and there's a doctor right here and a doctor right here. They're both like 35 maybe. And at one point, the doctor over here whispers to me, "Hey, Stephen, before I came here, I was completely for genital mutilation, but you've convinced me. Your evidence is conclusive. I now believe..." Oh, so I should just stop talking. Do a little dance, or, what should I do? I didn't break it by talking too fast, did I? Woo! Give me an I, give me an N, give me a T, give me an A, give me a C, give me a T. What's that spell? Intact. What is everybody going to be in the future? Intact. When are we going to make my speech intact again? Hopefully soon here. Is it because of this we're having the problem? Yeah. Is it okay? Can you hear me? Okay. Am I good to go? Okay. All right. So, so the doctor over here says that to me, and then another half hour later, the doctor over here turns to me and says the same thing, and I just felt so amazing. And then on the second day, Michael Brady, in that same plenary session, said, "Oh, I can't refute any of Mr. Fabota's arguments." So we unofficially won the debate. I mean, they didn't declare a winner, but I think that's winning when the other side has nothing to say in response to what you're saying. So that was great. So let's see, more recently, equal protection, we've talked about that a little bit here earlier. The US Constitution, a lot of people know, some don't, has a 5th Amendment, part of the Bill of Rights, that says that equal protection applies to the federal government, and various parties are named that have to be treated equally. And over the years, those groups have been expanded. And then the 14th Amendment that came later said this applies to states and local governments as well. So the 14th Amendment, that's what they're using in the Hadachek, Oregon case. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, that's not a federal case, but it's what you would use if you sued federally in any state. And so anyway, this is a principle that's been useful in analyzing these cases. So, okay, they try to get out of it with the current and past laws against female genital mutilation by saying you're forbidden to cut the labia minora of a person. But that's really silly to think that you can avoid protecting boys by saying labia minora of a person, a specific body part that only applies to cis females. Anyway, so I was involved in this case in 2002 in New York City, in what was then the most racially diverse square mile in the world, in Queens, New York City. There was a hospital that we discovered had systematically discriminated against Latina mothers and gone to them right after they gave birth and presented a consent, I don't like that term, but that's what it's called, consent form, because the baby isn't consenting. And they held it up and they said in Spanish, because these mothers didn't speak much English, sign at the top here on page 2 and you can take your baby home with you. And page 1 of the form in English did say some things. Of course, it didn't really disclose the risks of genital mutilation. But the poor mothers were mostly drugged up from their procedures and weren't told what the form said anyway. So they signed it. So our team developed a class action, what we hoped would be a class action, and we presented that under the 14th Amendment, equal protection. And we said, you're discriminating against Latinos. And it was the first time that there had been a civil rights discrimination claim in a case involving genital mutilation. So Judge Bernard Friedman was a visiting judge from Michigan. And he didn't like our case from the beginning. And you can speculate, was it because he's Jewish? I don't have any secret evidence about that, but we can make our guesses. But I can tell you what he did for sure was when we made our closing arguments, he looked down at his paper and frowned and telegraphed to the jury, I don't vote for these guys. And then when the other side was making their closing arguments, he nodded and enthusiastically and smiled and encouraged them. And for various reasons, we weren't able to appeal and protest that he did this. He did some other things to slant the case too. The jury got the memo and they came back and decided for the defense. And that was that. So fast forward to 2018, there was this prior law that, as other people were saying, that was passed against female genital mutilation in 1996. Actually, the press release for that was ARC's first official event. And anyway, the law was never used, though. 1996 to 2018, the law was never once used to prosecute people practicing FGM because it isn't all that common in the US, and for whatever reason, they didn't apply it. But in 2018, they did. There was a case in Michigan. There were, it ended up being 6 defendants, moms, doctors, and the clinic's owner and the clinic's business manager. And they were sued under federal law, under the old federal law. And this case was decided by this Judge Friedman. I read about it in the paper, and I'll explain what he decided in a minute, but I read it and I said, why is that name familiar? Did I learn about him in law school? No. Oh, was it the same guy who was in front of 16 years ago? And then I remembered Michigan. I bet it was, and I checked and it was. So that was very interesting. So what Judge Friedman decided was that he was very regretful about this, but he couldn't use the existing FGM law to find the defendants guilty because there were some constitutional violations in it. It wasn't, okay, let me explain. We, of course, in the US have state law and federal law, and criminal law is typically state law. Now, there are, of course, federal criminal laws. If the federal government takes a specific interest in something, they can pass legislation regarding it, but there's only a few areas. Generally, the principle is we reserve these things to the states because they tend to be local. Nobody in New York tends to be directly affected if somebody robs a bank in California. So in this particular case, Judge Friedman said, well, basically, he didn't say it this way, but I'd really like to find these defendants guilty, but I can't because the connection between the federal interest in being able to pass a law like this is not spelled out enough in the law. But here's what you do, Congress, if you want to pass a law that will be bulletproof. So this was a legal decision, but he was telling Congress what to do if they wanted to fix the law. So he did decide against he did decide the defendants were innocent. He did decide that the people who committed the mutilation were not guilty, the same as in the MGM case 16 years earlier that I was involved in. The difference, of course, is that in the FGM case, he wanted to fix things and he told Congress what to do. And you know what? Congress did it. Congress went and passed the bill. It was called the Stop FGM Act of 2021. And Donald Trump signed it into law as pretty much the last act of his first term. So that's the law now. So the old law was only ever applied to that one case. So it just shows you the difference in how we can be the US, we can be the world, treat FGM and MGM. And intersex genital mutilation is somewhat in the middle. It's not enough time to get into that in detail. But anyway, so that was the story. And then there were some, as Peter said, there were some more recent European cases that ARC researched and uncovered that we had translated in Germany, Netherlands, and Switzerland. And those cases all generally support the rights to an intact body of the child. And they're very case specific. Some involve religion, some don't. And courts don't generally tend to ascribe a lot of strength to them, but they still show we're going in the right direction. Okay, so now I'm going to back up in time and talk about something from longer ago, but it's recent in my life. There's a program in Africa that was alluded to briefly earlier called voluntary medical male circumcision. It's a really bad name, but voluntary medical male circumcision. So Johns Hopkins and Harvard, I'm sorry to say, are the lead architects of this program. And they went into Africa and they said, here we are, not in so many words, but here we are, we're so great, we're very white, and we're from these smart schools, and we're gonna save your dumb African butts by coming in and circumcising you, and you're so dirty, we're gonna make you clean. I mean, they didn't say exactly that, but that was the gist of it. And there was no scientific basis for it, there still isn't. It's not, epidemiologically, things like condoms are way better, and also antiretrovirals. And the paper that I wrote was co-written with a medical expert, and he vetted my scientific things, and he said, yeah, it's totally true. I mean, it's never held any water. So it's another one of these things. How has it survived? Another genital mutilation thing that has survived. And in this paper, we talked a little bit about the history of pediatrics. J. Marion Sims, who started, pediatrics, and not pediatrics, that's not what I mean, childbirth, medicalization of childbirth, and experimented on African-American enslaved women without anesthetic. And then once he had his system perfected, he then operated on white women. And then, of course, there's a notorious Tuskegee syphilis study that went on for 4 years, where only African-American men were infected with syphilis and not cured and allowed to literally rot for decades and usually die horrible deaths. So what I discovered in studying this program in Africa was there's multiple eminent African scholars. I have all the names here, but I'm not reading this, but anyone who's interested, I can tell you afterwards, who proclaim, just like a lot of us are saying here now, a lot of American scholars are saying this too, and this is why I hooked up with scholarship, treating MGM and FGM separately makes no sense. It's not going to fly. We're not going to allow it. We're not going to tolerate it as Africans. And then these first world experts have been saying the same thing. All humans deserve to have their rights protected. Let's just keep things simple. Protect the intact body of every human being on this planet. And I look forward eagerly to a future we are creating in this room, and that's why I'm so excited. We are creating a future in which that is going to happen. Is it going to happen next year? Not for sure. Probably not, won't be done next year, but we're well on the path. We're well on the path, and I'm quite confident in that. The arc of the moral universe is long, Martin Luther King said, but it arcs toward justice, and that's what we're doing. We're bending toward justice. And bless you all for your contributions, each one of you, bending toward justice. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Stephen. Thank you so much for making it out here, really, and all of your work for protecting children. Seriously, we need all the lawyers we can get, and especially the best ones, right? So thank you so much, seriously. So big round of applause for Stephen. And as a token of appreciation, just to remember beyond the video, something to take home as a thank you from us.
Thank you.
Of course. Well, thank you, Stephen. So this next speaker, is there time for Q&A, Justin? There is. All right, we got 2 questions. Okay, we got one over here. Oh, Tim, why don't you just come up to the mic and ask the question? You're an agile young man, so you can.
Thank you for that
Thank you.
analysis, and I just want to comment that.
Hold on just one second. I just want to, you just take a picture of Tim and me talking. Thank you. We also have a newsletter, and I'm thinking ahead to the newsletter and planning for that. So,
the reason I hold out hope that the legal profession is the way to go is because Judge Bernard Friedman, who decided the Michigan case, also said the following: as laudable as the prohibition of a particular type of abuse of girls may be, it does not logically further the goal of protecting children on a non-discriminatory basis. I think that's an important thing for us to acknowledge, that there is hope within the courts that they will see the discrepancy in the unconstitutionality of these laws. So thank you for bringing that up.
yeah, can I just make a brief comment? There's been a lot of cases in the past of inequities in the law. I mean, obviously slavery, which went on and was legally tolerated for decades, many other examples. And so there can be times when we find ways, we being the world, not us, but when the wonderful world of law, as I sarcastically call it, finds a way to tolerate things that shouldn't be tolerated. But there's always going to be an endpoint to that. It's not going to go on indefinitely. Martin Luther King's bending toward justice.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you so much, Stephen. Seriously.
Thank you.
All right. We'll get a screen cap of that, right? Yeah. Okay. It is my great pleasure to introduce this next speaker, who is a very dedicated activist in his own field, but also understands what we're all fighting here for and gathered here for together in terms of protecting all children equally. I've been very good friends with this next speaker for approximately 8 years. He's the individual who guided me towards law school when I was not sure what to do after losing my second to last job. So anyway, quite a rocky road. As my girlfriend says, I'm a great team player if I'm the captain, right? So, sometimes there's some tension. So anyway, but I'd like you all to give a great round of applause to my good friend and fellow attorney and activist, John Silla. Just be careful of the okay, can I just put that here? Sure. It will use my anxiety.
Those mics gonna work here?
Yeah, no. There you go.
So I'm gonna try to do what I can to make all the previous speakers look really good. I'm talking about legal frontiers, what's ahead in the law for the activist movement. My background, as Eric said, I'm an attorney, studied engineering, did a JD MBA, worked in venture capital finance early on in my career and helped start companies. Since 1999, I've taught at the University of Chicago, even though I live in Los Angeles. But on a commuting basis, I go back at least a couple weeks a year. And that's been very helpful for my nonprofit work because I have great library access, so I don't have to pay $35 for a PDF of an article, an academic article. I am a reformed lawyer too, so I've been an entrepreneur doing startup company work. And for quite some time now, I've also been the president of the American Institute of Bisexuality, I'll talk more about that. But it's another nonprofit with some similarities and aspirational goals. Okay. Can I come closer? Oh, okay, all right. I'm too tall. As a preview, University of Chicago, as you know, has a very strong, admired free expression policy, which I was very proud of them when they announced that. So reason I'm here, as Eric said, we're friends. That's Eric. About 3 weeks after his show at Harvard, and he's in front of the locked door to the Sanders Theater Auditorium where he presented that show. It was locked when I met him and we stopped by there. I went back again the next year and we didn't even get to the door. We took a picture in front of the building. I don't know if you remember that, Eric. We did. That was 2019. Pre-Eric Klopper, but relevant, I think, to understanding Intactivism is I'm a bi guy with experience. I have a lot of experience, perhaps more than men who are not attracted to other men. So I have a lot of experience with all these things. In fact, I have over there, thinking of Che's talk earlier, he showed a picture of the internal structure of the clitoris. I have a 3D printed life-size model of that, which if you want to see that, I can show it to you later. In addition, I'm a father. I have a 24-year-old son who is intact, and and I made a point early on of explaining that was a very deliberate and loving decision, so that don't take any guff from anyone over that. But I'm an uncle too. Not the same outcome with some of my nephews. And in fact, when this topic came up, not from me, I could see my, the parents tightening up. Oh, are we going to get another lecture? They didn't want to hear that they shouldn't do this. Pervasive ignorance. I had an uncut friend in grad school who suffered a lot, was teased, shamed, felt very vulnerable about, and in fact, had wished that his parents had cut him. Crazy world. This is in reverse chronological order. At some point when I was very young, my mother said, for your sister, the hospital bill was $600, but for you and your brother, it was $625 because they had to do an extra procedure on you. So then it was $25, and I began to get a sense of that when one of the neighborhood kids said, hey, that kid up the street, he's a little different. Oh, what's that about? The way things were in the era when I was born, I don't remember it, but I'm told that I was born, whisked away from my mother, put in a nursery with 24/7 lights, other screaming babies, and they told her medical expertise is you have to feed the baby according to a very strict schedule, not when he's hungry and crying. Just when we take him, you feed him, but the rest of the time, you don't interact. And by the way, we'll take care of the circumcision at the same time. So it's kind of a rather traumatic introduction to being alive because of what was then the medical expertise. Well, okay, I've gone through that. The bisexual charity I work with, American Institute of Bisexuality, is about research, education, and community with a vision that's been influential in Eric's thinking. of making being bi something we talk about, we don't hide it. It's cool, assumed, and normal. It's fine to be bi, it's normal, and you might as well assume somebody's bi until they tell you otherwise. Intact Global is about protecting all children from forced genital mutilation, with a vision that being uncut or being an intactivist is also cool, assumed, and normal. You don't have to keep it secret that you care about this, that you're an activist. So focusing on law, what is law? It's something I've had a long time to think about. It isn't just what's written down in black and white letters, not just what judges say. I think it fundamentally is about how society, there's Mountain. Hello, Mountain. How society organizes itself, how we regulate conduct, property and other rights. Related to how, and complementary with society organizes itself, we have customs, religion, markets, expert opinion, even fashion, trends. So the legal frontiers I want to talk about will involve necessarily changes to all of the above. What is legal reasoning? Well, legal reasoning is reasoning by analogy to interpret laws. Is a case more like situation A, which has these consequences, or like situation B that has different consequences? Is an act more like a prohibited, forbidden harm, or is it more like a permitted traditional custom? Is something more like child abuse or child endangerment, or is it more like a right that we do and it's normal? How do we argue that an act, say circumcision, is more like one of these or more like the other? Well, the cases are going to involve competing interests, sometimes balancing. It may not be 100% clear an act should fall in category A or category B. And society evolves, the norms evolve. There's a long list of, and I'm not talking here today about circumcision is bad, everybody here is on that page, but some other signal rights achievements that we've had under the law. Well, we've got rid of slavery, we've got rid of segregation, we allowed interracial marriage, we stopped outlawing male-female sodomy, unnatural sex acts, we got same-sex marriage. These all involve precedent, arguments about freedoms, arguments about people's privacy to get these results, human rights, parental rights. How do we strike a balance if these pull in different directions? And courts can move the law forward, but usually not too far ahead of popular opinion. Moving circumcision law forward. To move the law forward, we have to change the balance of those legal interests, the way the courts and society and legislatures view them. The law is sometimes like a balloon. If you squeeze on it in one place, it'll bulge out somewhere else. It might be one step forward, two steps back. In California and San Francisco, there was the ballot initiative to prohibit circumcision within the city and county. And the legislature responded by enacting a law that I've written here. No city can restrict male circumcision. So that's two steps backwards after one step forward. Possibly a bad result. There's a lot of case law that's on implied constitutional rights and whether parents have a right to do this, whether a law violates equal protection. Sometimes in a lawsuit, you get the wrong answer, you lose. Sometimes you get the wrong answer first. That happened with criminalizing gay sex. For many years, states could criminalize it under Supreme Court precedent. And the wrong answer leads to a dissent and unhappiness that the wrong side won. That can later lead to progress, because later in another case, people realize that that was a bad decision. Lake mentioned the Proposition 8 trial. That was a really interesting legal maneuver. The two lawyers who had been in Bush versus Gore that put George W. Bush in office on different sides, one of them was for same-sex marriage, and conservatives asked the other one, can you be on our side? And he said, no, I'm with David Boies. So Ted Olson said, I also believe there should be same-sex marriage in California. And they were up in front of the judge. I heard this from a talk by the judge himself. And the judge said, counsel, how long do you think the trial will be? And Ted Olson began to say, oh, Your Honor, we don't need a trial. He was going to say, this can all be on the papers without a trial. And David Boies grabbed Olson, pulled him down and said, Your Honor, we think it'll be about 2 weeks. We can have a trial. People love a trial. News loves a trial. And you have the theater and the sense of, hey, it's like a sporting contest. Which team won? So trials are great. Even if you lose, trials are great. If you can have a trial rather than just on the papers decision, super. We need more cutting. I'm saying cutting after Jared's advice. We need more circ trial cases. It's part of educating and moving society forward. The Oregon equal protection cases, that's been discussed here. They highlight a problem in the law, which is in the papers. It's a felony in Oregon to cut a girl's genitals. It's also a felony to tattoo or pierce genitals of a boy or a girl. But it's okay to cut a boy's genitals currently. So it doesn't seem right. And you can take it a little further. Like, would it be okay to tattoo or pierce a severed foreskin? First cut it off, and then you can tattoo it. Like, I think it's a great question because it shows you how bizarre the practice and the law is to let somebody do this. Or I like to sometimes think about a pet. Like, what if I wanted to circumcise my dog? Would that be permitted? Would that be cruelty to animals? Mountain, cover your ears. I think so. I think the law can teach people, and maybe in a non-confrontational way, to say, well, that doesn't go here. That doesn't seem right. There's, of course, potential backlash. With the FGM federal statute, one person wrote a law review article saying, well, you've got to allow female cutting because otherwise it's not equal protection. So we have to cut boys, so we also must be able to cut girls if we want to. We can't prohibit it because that would be unfair, protecting girls more. And obviously we can't protect boys. So what's a court to do in a situation like that? I have a lot of sympathy for courts. They want the best for us. Another case I worked on related to the movement, an early case, the Eric Klopper wrongful retaliation case. He gave this talk relying on Harvard University policy permitting free expression and open debate. And they punished him for that. The argument was, well, he didn't get due process. That argument reached the Supreme Court, and I was very pleased to, with Peter Adler's help and as nominated by Brad Kaine, who's speaking later, to become a member of the Supreme Court bar in order to file this amicus brief. Not very long, and you can get it from this QR code. It's online. We lawyers are plagiarists. We copy more than, nothing's original. Find the best you can copy and steal it and file it with the court. But this is a very pithy little document, proudly submitted, and so far as I know, it's the first time circumcision got before the U.S. Supreme Court. And it's on behalf of Doctors Opposing Circumcision, on behalf of GALDEF, and on behalf of a group called Jews Against Circumcision. So you can't say, well, this is really unmedical and anti-Semitic if these groups are filing it. And obviously, we've got a bunch of Doc and GALDEF people here. The case was technically about due process, but it is hard to imagine that the Supreme Court justices and their clerks didn't read this. Okay, this is about penises. I don't get a lot of penis brief here. What is he saying? And it's a pretty good argument. They didn't take the case, but they should have. I think, maybe they would have wanted to, but they ducked. A lot of times the courts are saying, we know the right thing we have to do, but how do we not get too far ahead of public opinion? The brief says, court should hear cases fairly. Medical consensus is against cutting. Intactivism follows bioethics, which Deborah was talking about. Same 4 points in bioethics. And free speech. These are all motherhood and apple pie issues that the courts are for. Everybody's for them. And they support giving relief and are against circumcision. So it's hard to be in favor of these 4 arguments and then say, oh, but you're wrong about circumcision. Child protection law. Aliana mentioned parental rights earlier, and Jen talked about, is society ready? Is it time? Timing is everything. Is there a religious or parental freedom to harm a child? No, not absolute. In times of Roman law, yes, the father could issue a death sentence to his children. We don't allow that now. States can protect children from harm. Is that me? Compare some discussed other harmful traditional purposes. Female genital mutilation comes up in United Nations literature, as does child marriage, forcing a child to marry, or exorcism. And I put reserved as the 4th one because there's a space to slot in perhaps male genital harm. So how do we reclassify circumcision, male circumcision, as male cutting as that kind of harm? The legal field may lag society. We need society and experts to say, hey, this is harm. This is not a good thing to do, as many are. Expert opinion can be fallible. Marty Makari has a book out about blind spots. He talks about a number of things which are on the list here, but people had a belief system, belief in their own careers and expertise, saying, I know, for instance, peanut butter is bad for infants because it'll give them allergies. It turns out to be 180 degrees wrong, that if you don't give them peanut butter early, then they become allergic to peanuts. the establishment was fighting tooth and nail to say it's totally unethical to see if we're wrong, because that will hurt. You know, we already know the answer. Well, it wasn't evidence-based medicine. Other examples here, but we have to get people off of belief systems back onto evidence-based science. And when evidence-based science overcomes what people's belief systems are saying about cutting, then we can convince the courts this is harm. Anthony mentioned this rather new study published in October. I didn't see this in the press. I found it yesterday. Buckler, in October 2025, published that he'd interviewed people who would talk to him from the 2012 AAP circumcision advice that said benefits outweigh risks. It expired in 2017, but it's worse than that. It's not a scientific conclusion. There's some quotes here which will be online, or I can email them to you or send you the, I have a tag for the article itself, which is available. But even this expired document, not renewed, was not based on evidence. It was also a permission slip for pediatricians to be able to do it. Well, we want our doctors to be able to do this operation. So how do we not upset them too much? How do we not rock the boat of current practice, which is 100% not scientific? A blind spot. So I thank Tony for mentioning that. Here's a QR code to that article if you want to look at it. Okay, so reclassifying cutting as harm. I think we emphasize child protection, as everybody's been doing here. It's hard to argue, oh, don't protect children. And elevate non-cutter Jewish and Muslim stories too. I think that, as Jared was talking about, I think that takes away the argument this is anti-Semitic or anti-Islamic. Let's elevate those stories, get more beyond the bris, more bruchim. We have to change public opinion, as everybody here is doing, obviously. To echo, I think, what Seymour said, you know, Hillary Clinton got in trouble for talking to the undecided people about being deplorable. Well, that helped them decide that they didn't like her. So there's space for everybody, and I know that Mr. Kaine's going to talk about that, and we were talking about that some yesterday after some of the talks. But we need to change the fashion, get more celebrities to speak out, make it okay. So comparing what we've done with bisexuality, briefly, we've created scientific proof that it's not an illusion, made it cool, assumed, and normal, more so, and to echo what was said yesterday, come out, come out, come out, buy narratives, and change public opinion. The same slide applies to being uncut. It really is the same slide. There's no scientific evidence that nature got foreskin wrong, right? Change public opinion and come out as intactivists. For the last conference, which I couldn't attend because I was sick, I was going to quote something from Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist about the law. Can't expect too much of the law. And in Oliver Twist, Mr. Bumble is told, you are guilty, Mr. Bumble, because in the eyes of the law supposes that your wife acts under your direction. Okay, kind of 19th century sexist view. And Mr. Bumble says, if the law supposes that, the law is a ass, not an ass, a ass. The law is a ass. I had to find that because a law professor of mine told me that. We need to work long and hard to help the law not be a ass, okay? think we're doing that. The supporting pillars of change are law is one of them, but all these other things too. Markets, custom, religion, public opinion. We have to change all these pillars. Some of us can work on the law more than others, but education, familiarity and exposure, even erotica. And where I come down to, it's going to surprise Eric, is donations for the law. Everybody's donated. We need more lawsuits. We need more donations. We're reclassifying being uncut. This is big. This is a big thing. It's not that many people here, but this is a really big issue in the scope of history. This is also community, as Seymour and TT and Eliana mentioned. We're on the right side of history. We will win this together. There are veterans here, new standard bearers here. And I think, like a lot of you, I'm proud to be here and very thankful to be here. So thank you, all of you.
Let's give a big round of applause for that well thought out, well-reasoned presentation in defense of extending the law and how the law works and how we're going to get over the finish line to protect every child. So thank you so much, John. So we are going to take a quick break soon, but before we do, Justin was reminding me, and so was John, and my favorite part of the talk is reminding me about donations. Seriously, we do need donations to get over the finish line, and we have a generous donor who has pledged another 5,000 if we can get 5,000 by the end of the conference. So, well, thank you. And if you could just take, the QR codes on your table, whatever you can donate, 300, 2,000, 5,000, 150, whatever it is that you can help move this forward. Because trials are expensive, and we weren't talking about trials before. I would love a trial. I took the city of Los Angeles to trial last year. It cost a small fortune. And my client got twice as much, but I got almost nothing. It was not a win, right? So, but I recouped the $70,000 that I put in to try to take it to trial. And that's how much it costs, right? And so we're not even talking about that, although I would love to take Oregon to trial if it made sense and there were material facts in dispute. Right? Then we could educate the judiciary and the public about those, and we would probably could record it, considering the other hearing was recorded and it went well, right? But so please, if you have the means, please help us get over that $5,000 line for the last hour or so of the conference. Now, we are going to take a 10-minute break? A 10-minute break, the boss man, Justin says. So at 3:20 p.m., we are going to continue with Eliyahu Ungar Sargon. We're all looking forward to Ellie's talk as well, but let's take a 10-minute break.
Can I just say one thing? All of us have a lot of bills to pay, myself included, and we are so thankful that you're here. And if you can't afford a big donation, I understand, but perhaps maybe you could pledge $100 a month, which is a fancy dinner. And if you could do that, and if 10 people just did that, that would be $12,000. And everyone can, if you can afford $100 a month, and that will allow us to file more and more lawsuits simultaneously. Imagine the impact of simultaneous lawsuits in this state, in that state, in Oregon and Colorado. And without your help, we can't do that. But if you can also help us ask others, if you have a friend who's interested in this topic, who's willing to pledge $100 a month, every dollar counts, it all adds up, and we can really make a difference. And I want a big impact. I want it to happen so fast. And Eric is so positive, and I think the more lawsuits we file simultaneously will cause such more awareness and exposure, and will move it forward much faster. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And these are what the QR codes look like, just so we're clear. Thank you so much, Deborah. And we'll be back at 3:20.
Right. So I don't know if there's gonna be time, but if there's time for Q&A, I'd like to take some. So let's just hook it up. Got it. I just get right over here. Mic check. Check, check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Check, check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
Okay, everybody, we're going to get started in 5 minutes, just so you know. We'll take extended a little break. So 5 minutes, 3:30 p.m. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay. Oh, Nate. So thank you. We're going to be, yes. Ooh. Okay, and we just got a $1,000 donation, so we're approaching the 5. Big round of applause. And thank you. So we got 1 hour for the next 4,000. But anyway, Before we start, we're going to have a 1 minute kind of pitch for DOC, Doctors Opposing Circumcision, then Ellie's going to take it away.
Thanks very much. I apologize for missing something in my earlier presentation. DOC has a lot of really, really old people on the board. We need young people. That's the message from George Denniston, who's 94 and who's retiring from the board simply because he's doesn't have that kind of energy anymore. So I definitely want to remind you two things. You do not need to be a physician to join DOC. I mean, there are a lot of doctors in DOC, but we need everybody from all kinds of specialties and of all ages. So if you're within the sound of my voice, if you're a university student and you're interested in our organization, we urge you to join us. There's no secret handshakes, no big subscription costs. I don't dun our members. So you'll find the joining us fairly painless. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you, John. So our next speaker has set a very high bar in the past, and he has been phenomenal at capturing all of our great speakers before as the videographer. We all owe a huge thanks for making today happen, not just for those of us in the room, but for all of the intactivists and the people who I call the mushy middle who are learning, what it is we're doing to protect children. Social media and capturing media is so important in this movement. And Ellie is a real, true professional, and he has lent his expertise on credit to the movement. But really, big round of applause for Ellie Yahoo, who's been the founder of Bruhim, executive board member, and also the documentary filmmaker of Cut, which made big waves. So welcome, Ellie, and a good friend of mine, although we may have had some tense history in the past. Thank you, Ellie. And here,
slides ready to go?
Yes, they are. And this is the clicker, or you can just go like that.
Yeah. Thank you, Eric. Let's give a round of applause to the man who put his shirt on and went to Georgetown. My name is Eliyahu Unger Sargon, another Jew. Funny story, Penny and I, Penny who's operating camera right now, we met in medical school, and we had a microbiology professor named Dr. Gay, and he was teaching us about the history of microbiology, and every time he came to a Jewish scientist, he would turn to me and say, "Another Jew?" So here I am, another Jew opposed to circumcision, and I'm very happy to be here with all of you. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Eliyahu Unger Sargon. I am an independent documentary filmmaker, and my first feature-length film was called Cut, Slicing Through the Myths of Circumcision, which came out in 2007. So I've been at this for a long time. I'm going to run through some of my greatest hits after that, and then get to the presentation. I also took on one of the strongest philosophers who supports circumcision and wrote a paper in 2013 criticizing a paper that he had written in the Journal of Medical Ethics. In 2018, Dan Strangerd asked us to come to Iceland to be part of the conversation in that country about banning circumcision, and we did that, and we had a very successful screening there. I co-founded Bruhim, which is a Jewish organization that focuses on welcoming Jewish families who have chosen not to circumcise their children. And a few years after that, Tim Hammond and Ryan McAllister, he of the Elephant in the Hospital video, approached me with the concern that there was rising expressions of anti-Semitism in the genital autonomy movement, and they asked me if I would help to lead a task force to write a statement opposing anti-Semitism in the genital autonomy movement, which we did, and many of you signed on to that, and I think it was a very important moment. And here I am today to talk to you about where we are and my impressions of what the challenges ahead are. So my talk is called The Peculiar Persistence of American Circumcision. I think I may be in slight disagreement with some of the views expressed here. I know that I'm in agreement with what Georgianne was saying earlier, that sadly, I think some of the recent statistics showing a decline in circumcision are overstated. And I am a big believer in a clear vision of what is going on and what the challenges are. So the question I'm going to try and answer today is why does American circumcision persist despite all of our best efforts? I'm sure some of you have seen these sorts of heat maps before. We'd all like to see the United States be a different shade, but unfortunately it is still orange. And to start, I want to talk about anti-Semitism. Not really. I want to talk about this quote about anti-Semitism, which is that anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools. This is a quote that comes out of 19th century Germany, where there was all kinds of political upheaval going on. And the meaning of this is coming from socialists, right? So August Bebel was a socialist, and he was competing with anti-Semites for the hearts and minds of his fellow Germans. And the idea of anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools is that the anti-Semites are noticing a problem in their society and they're attributing that problem to Jews, right? So it's this, they have it right that there's a problem in their society, but from the socialist perspective, the problem wasn't the Jews, it was capitalism. But because blaming a people group is easier than understanding the intricacies of capitalism, they were blaming Jews. So that's where we have this idea of anti-Semitism being the socialism of fools comes from. But I think this idea is sort of more broadly applicable to all of the work that we do, in the sense that I think sometimes we have this idea that, you know, the sort of most vocal and visible opponents to our work are what's causing the problem, right? Because it's easier to latch on to something like that. And so you have, whether it's Jewish interest groups or, right, the profit motive in the insurance industry or the American Academy of Pediatrics, right? And it's not that these institutions aren't posing problems. I just think that we have a deeper problem that we need to think about. And that problem comes down to American culture, actually. So this is very broad strokes, what I'm giving you here. And I'm sorry that the slide doesn't seem to have cooperated with email or something. Oh, the next slide also seems to be jumbled. Okay, I will try to walk you through it without the visual aid. So I think of the adoption of circumcision in the United States in three phases, right? We have the introduction, which is coming from, you know, Victorian ideas about sexuality. This is where your anti-masturbation and some of the sort of more exotic, you know, neuroses theories are coming, and that's sort of its introduction. And that's from about 1870 till about 1910 or so. From 1910 to 1940 is what I call the advocacy period. This is where, you know, our colleague, our recently departed colleague, Leonard Glick, talks about the prominence of certain Jewish physicians. I think maybe he overstates the case a little bit, but there were definitely Jewish physicians that were part of this advocacy and non-Jewish physicians. And there were people who were advocating for circumcision for various health reasons that I don't have to remind you of. Then, and this is where the work of a scholar named Elizabeth Reese comes into play, we have the institutionalization of circumcision in the United States. This coincides with a move from home births to hospital births. And we have it basically not being a decision. Parents are still making the decision, but it's almost like they're able to sort of outsource the decision-making process of this very sensitive topic
to the hospital system and to physicians. And that's what we've been living with since basically the 1940s, since the middle of the 20th century, is that it's become a part of the American healthcare system in a way that parents can feel very comfortable sort of outsourcing their decision-making process. Okay, but as this is going on, and I'm sorry that this slide got messed up, but these are all supposed to be the landmark cases for parental rights in the United States. And this is sort of coinciding with the history that I just described. So we have a series of landmark legal decisions where parental rights are enshrined in American law. And we don't really have the same kind of tradition in American legal history. I know there are a lot of legal minds in this room, and I'm going to open to Q&A in a little bit here. So feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but my colleague at Bruchim, Rebecca Wald, assures me that what I'm about to summarize is basically correct, that there's a much stronger tradition in American legal history for parental rights than there is for the concept of children's rights. It's not that there's no such thing as children's rights in American legal history. It's that it's a much weaker, more scattershot set of norms and legal decisions, whereas parental rights is a very, very sort of clear-cut and protected set of ideas in the law. And what that leads us to, oh good, this slide worked out. What this leads us to is, if we zoom out from circumcision for a moment, and people like Janet Heimlich have done this in her book, Breaking Their Wills, and recently the philosopher Claire Chambers did it in her book, Intact. And you zoom out and contextualize circumcision and other kinds of decisions that parents are allowed to make for their children, in particular in the United States, we have a situation where this concept of parental rights extends well into many different areas. So we have ear piercing here, we have orthodontics, we have parents not giving their children vaccines for vaccine preventable illnesses, including in situations where we have pandemics. We have corporal punishment, which is basically legal in this country. I was watching Bill Maher's show about a month ago, and he had a whole panel on, and he basically just came out and said, I'm in favor of spanking children, and the whole panel applauded, and the whole audience in his studio applauded. There was a round of applause for corporal punishment, right? That's still something that's tolerated in the law. American football in high school. My father brought this to my attention. My father's a neurologist, okay? And this was even before, this was when we were going around with CUT back in like 2011. And this was before CTE was a big thing. But my father, as a neurologist, was telling me that he sees many, many patients who are suffering from injuries that they sustained in football. So they have some kind of a break, some kind of an orthopedic situation, and then there's long-term neurological damage as a result of that. And he was bringing it up as sort of another example of it's a cultural institution. Football in some parts of this country it's like a religion. And it's tolerated, and high school students are encouraged to do it. So again, culturally accepted, and again, under the concept of parental rights. And of course, we all know about circumcision. So this is all very depressing. I recognize that. And I don't want you to be depressed. I want you to be clear-eyed about the challenges ahead, because I think we have a tendency as activists sometimes to sort of desperately seek positive information, and we sometimes lose sight of the actual challenge and what we're up against. I think we're up against something massive. I think it's not just about circumcision. I think it's about American culture and the concept of parental rights overriding children's rights. And I don't think that's something that's easy to tackle. And I don't think it's something that's going to be over in 10 years or even 20 years. But I want to leave you with a little Jewish wisdom before we go to Q&A.
And this is one of my favorite quotes from Rabbi Tarfon. It's from a part of early rabbinic, I call it wisdom literature. It's called Pirkei Avot. And the quote is, "It is not your responsibility to complete the work, but you are also not free to abandon it." And when I'm in a situation where I recognize the magnitude of the forces that are stacked against me, and I think we are all in this room, we are facing off with forces that are very, very formidable. This quote gives me life because it reminds me that even though it seems daunting, we still have to do the work. So with that, I would like to open for any Q&A. Thank you for your attention. It seems like we have some questions.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
Okay, we'll start off with Dwayne.
Well, thank you for your work, Ellie. My first question is, as just being an Intactivist alone, we get accused of being anti-Semitism, and that is absolutely not my position at all. So how do I, as an Intactivist, address it when someone says that to me?
That's a great question. Thank you. There's a number of ways you can deal with it. I think the first thing is just to ground it in the truth, right? So if you're talking to someone and they say, "Oh, you're opposed to circumcision because you hate Jews," you just say, "No, I understand that there are people who hate Jews, and I recognize that that's a problem. But the reason I'm an Intactivist is because I believe that children shouldn't be cut. And it's not about Jews, it's about my belief that children should be protected."
Ellie, I'd be interested in your, is this on? Be interested in your thoughts of framing not as parental rights versus child rights, but parental rights in deciding for the child versus the state power to decide for the child.
Can you, I'm sorry, I just need a little more follow-up to understand the question.
Oh, okay, well, the tension may be between parents deciding what they're going to do with the child versus the state, the government deciding what will be done for the child. And so I wonder if you could riff off the tension between government being able to decide about what to do with my child versus me.
I think that's exactly right. And you're articulating, I think, part of the parental rights argument, right? And the reason it resonates so deeply for Americans, which is that we very much don't want the government interfering in our lives. And one of the lines that we draw is around our family. But there are exceptions to that we all are familiar with. Female genital cutting is not a practice that's tolerated in this country. And no one says, "Oh, well, the state shouldn't be interfering to prevent someone from cutting the genitals of their girls." There's some famous landmark cases that have to do with blood transfusions in Seventh-day Adventists. And so there is a line that we do tolerate and a line where we don't tolerate. As Americans, I think you're right that that line is in a different place than it is for other parts of the world, especially Europe. But it's a tough sell. I'm trying to sort of get everyone here to appreciate that this is the core of what we're up against, right? It's like, if a parent has a right to make this decision for their child, you can do education, you can do persuasion, but that's really what we're facing here, right?
I guess you're familiar with the 1996 position paper from the Bioethics Committee of the American Academy of Pediatrics, and it says the pediatric practitioner should provide competent medical care for the patient based on the patient's need for treatment, not on what someone else expresses. They actually go on to say that parental rights are separate from the rights of the physician. I talk to so many physicians that say, "I don't agree with the operation, but I have to do it." They're not aware of this. Are you aware of it, that this has already been discussed and determined, that the physician's responsibility is to the patient? There's a big confusion. The patient is not the parent. The parent is a client. The patient is the one that the physician has a responsibility to take care of. This is quite clear in ethics, and it's in JAMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association. I'm sure you're familiar with that, but this has already been taken up. It's right there for the pediatrician to read.
So thank you for the question. That's true. I am aware of it. And that slide that I had up there is not a fantasy, right? The slide that I had up there is not a fantasy. The latitude culturally that we give to parents is the point that I'm making. I'm also making a point that this has been enshrined in American law. And so, yes, you're going to find individual cases where you can sort of make the case for children's rights and individual statutes, individual medical ethics principles. This is all great. What I'm saying is we live in a culture where that is not taken as seriously as parents' rights. And that's something we need to grapple with as we're doing our work, because ultimately, I think that's sort of a big part of what's going on here.
Ellie, just to add to that, my favorite Jewish philosopher is Joel Feinberg, who said children have a right to an open future. Moreover, he said we should consider children as that we are trustees of the child, and that we hold the child in trust pending their future independence from us. And so really, I think that's a really good argument that gets away from rights. It gets to protection, which I think is a little easier sell.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. And I want to re-emphasize the how many Jews there are in this room. I know I started with that, but there's a lot of us here. Like, I don't want to, we have Holocaust trauma too. I don't want to force Jews to identify themselves. But there's a lot of us here, and there have always been a lot. I'm going to go further. From the beginning of this practice, there have been Jews who have been opposed to it in very profound ways. This is like, I am not like, I know sometimes it feels like, you know, you're weird if you're a Jew as opposed to circumcision. I am not. I am familiar enough with Jewish history to state unequivocally that I am part of a long and proud tradition of Jews who oppose this practice, and we continue to be important in the movement. So I thank you for recognizing that and understanding that, and really internalize that, right? Like the next time you hear, I'm always hearing at these conferences, the judge was a Jewish judge, and it's like, internalize the fact that that doesn't mean anything, right? Understand that the fact that a judge is Jewish doesn't tell you anything about what they might think about circumcision.
Well, thank you so much, Ellie. Thank you. Big round of applause. I'll give you a hug. And your mom's going to give you a hug too. Anyway, well, here, as a gift from Intact Global, just something to take with you, and the 20 hours of footage. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for Ellie. So Ellie or someone made an observation that we started with all Jews, and that was very unintentional. We're also ending with all Jews as well, right? So, you know, bookending this really fantastic weekend that I'm really grateful that you all came out here and made this happen, right? This has been a really special weekend, and it's really kicking off the future of the movement, and hopefully, you know, the end of the movement, in that we circle the square, we protect every child, and we complete the very important and critical work that all the anti-female genital mutilation activists really successfully lobbied for 30 years ago. Now, this next speaker is a really dear friend of mine who is my legal mentor, right? And before I introduce him, he was also the #1 fundraiser for the first openly gay candidate for office in the United States, really. And he's going to teach me a lot, maybe not right now. I don't think that's what his talk is about. But my treasurer is reminding me, Justin, that we are $1,948 away from our $5,000 goal, right, for double. So thank you so much. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you all for really helping us get over that line. So if you have some extra dollars that you can spare to really help us push that, is going to be super helpful pushing us to the next state. My final talk is going to be how we do this on a state-by-state level. But before we do that, I am very honored to present a dear friend of mine, and I'm kind of, Ethan, actually. You over there? Ethan? Okay. I need that presentation in PowerPoint, not PDF. PowerPoint, yeah, let's do it right now. So while you do that, I'm going to give another pitch. I'll give you 2 more minutes to, scan the QR code if you get a chance. We're still planning on ending this at around 4:30 p.m., right? I won't steal your thunder, Brad, in terms of your opening joke, but I think we're going to be able to make it. And I probably shouldn't have cut off Elliot at the Q&A, but my computer's up here, so it's hard to check 2 things at once. Any questions for me before the next presentation? Nikki, can you help me fill in? I can show off some tricks, actually. Hey, Mountain. Touch. Sit. Yeah, round of applause. What? Yeah. And Nikki.
Just on the topic of donations, since we are here, I do want to remind you, we do have someone pledged to match us. So every dollar you give is more like giving 2. This is an amazing opportunity for you to really double your impact by giving at this time, because someone is matching you. They are doubling what you give in your donation. And that is twice the amount of money that we're going to have to fight this and end this practice. So just a reminder.
Yeah, shit's coming.
Da, 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 da. And check.
So I actually wanted to do this because I'm also going to kind of introduce the next speaker. He's part of the reason why I'm here. I mean, I was an activist for a while, but he's also my oldest friend in Los Angeles. And he's one of my closest, bestest friends. My husband says that for me, best friend is a tier, not a person. But if it had to be a person, it would be this man. Gosh, we were like little kids. We were little kids when we met. It's just so crazy. I mean, we were 20, but yeah, 94, like 32 years. So, I got to see him grow as an attorney. I got to see him grow as a person. He is, if you look up mensch in the dictionary, there's a picture of him in the dictionary. He is truly a mensch. He really practices just some of the greatest principles of our Jewish culture and faith, and just as a person, just as a humanist. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate that. I'm so honored that you're going to be speaking right now. I just want to let you know that, Brad. So yeah, he's Brad S. Kaine, and I have this joke where I'm like, don't tell me what the S stands for. I just keep making up different middle names every time. It's kind of fun. But yeah, so are we almost there? We're almost there with the PowerPoint. It's not quite. We're gonna do a PDF? Okay. So we won't worry about it. Well, first of all, you can talk to anybody about anything, Brad, but this is the man who introduced me to Eric, and Eric got me on board, and if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here. So
Right, round of applause for Brad Kaine.
And by the way, anyone who matches the donation to get us to 5,000, I will give you my middle name, and we can have Che say what it is forever. Okay. Now, okay. The slide you should be seeing is the happy warrior, Eric Klopper. And the reason, I'm going to give a little introduction to this because it's about Eric, but it's also about the ecosystem. Yes, and I often I don't talk loud enough, so let me know. So the first thing is, had the pleasure of coming after a lot of people, and we've already talked about the number of Jews in this room. If you have 2 Jews in a room, you have at least 3 opinions. So in this room, we have thousands of opinions, okay? And by tomorrow, it will multiply to tens of thousands as we think our way through this. But what I want to talk about today and why the happy warrior is important is they say in politics, hope floats. I love that line. And it goes back to when this was my original hair color. You know, it's now been restored to it. Back when it was really this color, in 2000, I was running a Senate campaign for the first openly gay statewide office holder in the country. It's actually known to be gay. And one of the things that prevented us from winning that year was the Vermont Supreme Court came out with a ruling saying that the state marriage law was unconstitutional because it didn't give equal protection to gays and lesbians. And they said, you know what? But we're going to give the legislature 6 months to write a new statute that gives the same protections. We'll call it civil unions because, my God, we can't have gay marriage. That would be difficult for people to understand. And what ended up happening was there was this incredible backlash. Everywhere we went, there were signs, take back Vermont, take back Vermont. And I understood what it meant because we would get greeted with homophobic slurs. Most people going to Vermont had no idea, and they thought it was buy more Vermont maple syrup, which tripled the sales that year. Okay? And that's when the light went on that messaging is really important. And the trouble from my perspective back in 2000 was, oh my God, how are we going to get gay marriage? I'd be happy with civil unions. And it was a tough sell because when you're thinking about other people's genitals, most people go, I want to do anything else. And, you know, but when it became love is love, why suddenly it wasn't dirty anymore. Well, your love, our love, that was great. And that's why the slogan, if it were, the boiled down essence of the movement.
Yeah, you can keep going. I'm just gonna.
You're gonna do that.
Yeah.
Is, you know, save the children. And how do I know that's effective? Because as a civil rights lawyer, I've handled many cases. In one case, went to the Court of Appeals, and I had won, and 3 lawyers had left the case. And then opposing counsel got up and said, save the children. I'm like, he's a fucking lunatic. And Court of Appeals said, you're right. I lost. And I said, I'm going to remember this. I got to use this somewhere. And, you know, the reason why this ties back to Eric is John Silla introduced me to Eric probably a year after what Harvard labeled the nude anti-Semitic rant, right?
Yeah.
And, right. And in reading the briefs from Harvard, because I was representing Eric, they were, you know, every other sentence was nude anti-Semitic rant, nude, and it's going, okay, that's a frame. And if you have that frame, like talking about genitals, people are not going to get past the frame. We worked really hard in that case to change the frame. And I think at that point, Eric learned that slugging people directly in the face to get their attention does not always get them to hear you, right? And, oh, absolutely. Unless you're the receiving person, then not so much. But the point of it is, you know, what we want is for people to listen. What we want is for those people who don't understand. Because like when I met Eric, I'm thinking, well, I can represent him. I'm not sure I agree with him, but I have lots of clients sometimes I don't fully agree with. And then I talked to my brother and his wife, and I found out for the first time, their 3 children, who are all boys, were not circumcised. But in my family, we didn't discuss those things because, you know, it's just a tradition. And it took me probably a good 6 months to a year to realize what I couldn't unsee, which is that it was horribly wrong. You know, it was done to me, and so I just assumed it was normal. And when we talk about being a happy warriors, how do you talk about hurting children in an irreparable way and smile? How do you do this in a way that people will listen? And that is, it's easy to be the angry warrior and talk about the harm, the hurt, and the fear. But that's not going to get people to listen to you. And the advantage of using the law, if you look at the gay marriage, I like to draw that parallel here, is, we had lawsuits in about 50 states, and each one was a little telenovela. And it was the cheapest free publicity you could get to talk about something that no one wanted to talk about. And that was what moved the people who aren't paying attention, who aren't in this room today, who are probably hoping to watch a football game later this evening or watch one this afternoon, or want to take their kids out for McDonald's or whatever it is. And so when we talk about sort of the societal impact of the happy warrior, it's a positive message, and it's also an ecosystem. And the reason why I say it's an ecosystem, and I'm not going to date myself so much as say I remember Martin Luther King and Malcolm X personally, although I did represent one of their relatives. But Malcolm X, in the same way that Brother K exists sometimes as a polarizing force, makes what Intact Global does more palatable. Martin Luther King Jr. would never have been invited to the White House if it wasn't for Malcolm X. We're like, okay, well, we're going to look more moderate because we're going to talk to the guy who's happy and non-threatening. And the happy warrior is not a threatening person. He's saving the children. Just as Docs is saving the children, Jews Against Circumcision, all of the people in this room have worked really hard to make that message, and it's just building. Now, I would say, I'd like to go back to Henry Wadsworth, who talked about the happy warrior as brave, generous, moral, and able to remain virtuous in the midst of distress. And the distress that I see, the biggest obstacle to the movement I see, and again, remember, there's lots of opinions in this room, is the fact that we're always going to get anti-Semitism thrown at us, even if we're Jewish. And it got thrown at Eric, and it can be an effective tool, which is why having a smile on your face and saying, well, I'm Jewish and I wouldn't harm my children, but everyone should have a choice, including the children. People go, yeah, okay, I can understand that. And so I want to give a little history about the effect of happy warriors. And I'm happy to say that some of these things were well before my time. And that is that some of you may remember Al Smith, who was the first major party Catholic that ran for president of the United States. And, he was a happy warrior in the sense that he was touring the South, the solid then Democratic South. And you had the Klan lighting up the night by the train with the burning crosses. And he didn't take the bait. He still lost, but he set the stage for John F. Kennedy, the first Catholic to become president, because he didn't take the bait either. So, because when you let them frame the debate about who you are, you lose every time. That's what I see as a lawyer. So, what are the common traits of happy warriors? They have a cause and purpose bigger than themselves, like saving the children. And no matter the circumstances, they are unwavering. And when Eric worked for me, the kindest, most positive definition that I could apply to Eric in an argument is unwavering. Eric is a magnificent lawyer. I'm happy to have the privilege of representing him, working with him on these cases, and I'm happy to see him grow and mature and start his own firm. And we still work together on cases. But what Eric, and I think this movement, and again, if I had my PowerPoint, oh, wow, somebody did that right. Holy crap, okay. This is the one I want. Okay, when Eric came to my office, he's like, you use what programs? How do you do this? And let me show you. So anyway, it's easy to be optimistic. This is according to Talking Points memo, Josh Marshall. It's easy to be optimistic when conditions are to our liking, but when things aren't as we like them, that optimism becomes necessary. Optimism isn't principally an analysis of present reality. It's an ethic. It's not based on denial or rosy thinking. It's a moral posture towards the world we find ourselves in. He wrote, if everything seems great, there's no need for optimism. The river of good news just carries you along. And when we think about how many children got maimed today, just today alone, it's cause to be depressed. And I take antidepressants regularly for that and many other reasons. And yet, we can walk out of this room optimistic that the future is changing, that we are making progress, and we can count it in a bunch of different ways. We get positive press now. You know, we have won at least the first round in the lawsuit in Oregon. We are looking for, you know, local counsel for the Colorado case. We raised enough money here today. You know, and for me, who has been a civil rights lawyer for more years than I care to count, that's grounds for optimism. Because I remember the days when if you read a court opinion, and this is for LGBTQ rights, and the word homosexual came up in the opinion, you already knew they were going to lose because they were homosexuals. And you know, it's going to be the same thing with circumcision. We will change the language, change the frame. And so Eric makes a great messenger. He never wavers. He's always smiling, even if he disagrees with people and they're insulting him. I give him a lot of credit for that. And for that reason, I'm going to make a $500 donation, you know, to the cause, because, you know, there's statistics and damn lies and all of that stuff that they talk about. But I choose to believe we are making progress and the rates of male circumcision are dropping. And so I see a bright future, whether it arrives in my mind in 5 to 10 years or in other people's minds after we're gone. We can all go home today knowing we are absolutely doing the right thing. We are absolutely doing things that we are proud of, and those that follow us will be proud of. Thank you very much.
What's the final number, Justin?
Can I get a drum roll?
$11,284 in the last hour. So thank you all who are here, some who are watching on the stream, really. And most of all, Gal Def, Tim Hammond, thank you so much for the final 2,000 to get over the goal. And that is how we work together. Andrew, thank you so much, everybody, seriously. And a big round of applause to Brad Kaine for coming out here and lending his wisdom to this movement, not just now, but for the last 8 or so years, and helping refine the messaging, right, to put it lightly. But, and so there's one more talk, and that's my talk. And I appreciate all of you staying to the very, very end. We've come to Los Angeles and we've come this far, right? And this talk is going to be similar to my final talk last year, which was at double speed because the hotel was saying, you know, get out right now or we're going to charge you a fortune. And so, you know, yeah, the stress is now away because we got about at least the next 3 to 9 years here. So, you know, don't worry. But we'll be, I hope to be done 20, 25 minutes, and then we can hang out here, go home, do whatever it is you need to do. But I started with the state of Intactivism, and I want to finish with the future of Intactivism, right? What happened in the last year since we gathered here in this annual conference of child rights activists, right? And, you know, I come back to this graph that Samer so helpfully helped me put together in all the things that Samer does. And it's really a big question mark. What's the exact rate of circumcision? Because the data is incomplete and it's in the past, right? But what the recurring trend is in the United States, at least, where we have the biggest problem, one of the biggest problems of infant genital cutting, certainly for non-religious reasons, is the trend is that it is sharply declining, right? And that's because of all of our efforts and people in this room. So round of applause for what we've been able to do and continue to do. And that is reflected also in the donations that we're raising for the litigation that's working and all the other causes, lobbying, advocacy, street protests, you name it, right? And so the big question is, you know, where are we in that question mark? And the reality is we're not going to know precisely, but we do know that we're moving in the right direction. And so, you know, we've said this before, I'll go quickly, but there's two major ways, and then there's lobbying, which Health Equality Campaign does with Tony. But there's legal ways where we can file equal protection lawsuits to move this forward and continue that rate to go down. We can defund Medicaid, and that can be through lobbying or through lawsuits, like the one that Peter Adler worked on and won at the trial court level. And then there are tort lawsuits, and Jen Isarelli was talking about it. Well, let's introduce a level of risk, right? Because you're performing medically unnecessary surgeries, you're botching, some babies are dying. Recently in Orange County, a baby died just down the street. And so if we start suing these hospitals and doctors and it costs a fortune, then maybe it's actually financially a poor decision to perform these procedures. But as I mentioned earlier, it costs a fortune to sue hospitals. So, you know, we got to deploy our resources effectively. And that's the reason why we're targeting the equal protection lawsuits, because that's messaging that Brad was talking about, protect the children. That is a winning message, right? That is a message that we can all get behind. We're here to protect children. This is not about blood, screaming genitals. I mean, those are involved when you perform this amputation and, you know, sever the genitals of a child, but it's really baseline protecting the children. So anyway, that is the primary strategy, although grassroots is super important as well, because when you post something on social media, and we've heard this many, many times over the last 2 days, oh, my friend posted this and I looked into it and I didn't cut my children. And that the importance of that cannot be overstated. So what we're doing here at Intact Global, at least the legal strategy, this is not a novel legal strategy. It has worked many, many times in the past. And it is working thus far. And, you know, it's not on the ground floor, but we're in step one, right? And so this graph is on the x-axis, it's time, and on the y-axis, it's how many states have adopted some progressive change over time. And a lot of the changes, let's say Loving v. Virginia, that was a case. That was a lawsuit that made interracial marriage legal. It used to be illegal to marry someone with a different skin color than you, right? And Loving changed that when he sued the state of Virginia, just like we're suing the state of Oregon, and we're about to sue the state of Colorado. So these lawsuits can change, you know, the entire landscape of human and civil rights. Now, but you'll notice that Loving v. Virginia was at the very end of a long list of these states that changed their ban on interracial marriage. It wasn't first, it was last. Just like Oregon is not the last case, but it's certainly the first one. But we always hear about the last case because that's when the movement wins, right? So, for example, Obergefell, that was the case that went up to the Supreme Court and won in 2015 and made marriage equality a constitutional right in the United States. And what I really want to focus the group on is the rate of change where that can occur. The first major victory in marriage equality in that constitutional right was 2004, which is Massachusetts, my home state, which I'm very proud of. Anyway, if you look at that rate of change, it is dramatic. That is 5-10 states a year, recognizing that love is love, right? And if we can have that same rate of change in terms of recognizing that we need to protect every child equally, we could accomplish our Obergefell in 2 to 5 years. It is really, truly possible, right? And right now, we're past the legal theory. It is working. It is working. But we need to put as much gasoline in this engine as possible. Because yes, if you look at this graph for marriage equality, we have that really tiny little bump at the front. That was Massachusetts, right? And in our case, it's going to be Oregon, right? But we're going to need to put some gasoline on this, or donors on this, so we can sue 10 states at once, 20 states at once. And it also creates a lot of media and social media and all that. So there's a lot of benefits to that. And I guess my next slides were about this, but the first case was Goodridge v. Department of Health, and that was a Massachusetts case. We had 14 plaintiffs there, all same-sex couples who sued the state, went up to the Supreme Court, and they won, and they changed the law, right? And I'm very proud of Massachusetts, but then there was 20, 30 other states who did it. Geiger v. Kitzhaber, who was the governor of Oregon, right? So it's like equivalent to suing the state of Oregon. And we have our very own Lake Paraguay, who was representing the plaintiffs there. So big round of applause to Lake for changing the constitutional rights, advancing civil rights in Oregon. And then, it finally ended with Obergefell, which consolidated a bunch of cases. And we'd like to have a bunch of cases going on at once. But again, we're here at the Goodridge case, where Massachusetts was in 2003, and the years that preceded it, to get to that Supreme Court decision. And so whether you agree with decriminalizing cannabis or not, it's the most recent movement after marriage equality, right? It's legal. It was legal in 4 states last year, and now 24 states have some type of legalized recreational use from 2014 to, I believe, 2025. And you could see that the cannabis advocates use that same strategy. This is one state that legalized it, probably Colorado or Oregon, right? Because they're all hippies. No, I'm kidding, but they're quite crunchy, right? And we shouldn't be putting people in jail anyways for using a plant, but you could see that it was going up and up and up because they were challenging various states and they were effectively organizing on a state-by-state level. Now, how does that relate to our cause? Well, Oregon, in 2025, we filed our first lawsuit, right? And if we prevail there and we get a judicial declaration that every child has to be equally protected under the law, that is what the equal protection provision means in the state constitution, then we are officially at, the first step, which we're working towards. And everything that we've done thus far is actually working, right? The judge has allowed the case to proceed to a trial on the merits, which if we can afford, we're happy to do. Right, to educate the court, to educate the public, to get people involved in the drama. Do we protect every child, or do we protect no children? Or is there some convoluted reasoning that someone can adopt to say, no, you can only protect one particular sex of child, right? So, but in Oregon is great, and that's moving forward, whether we raised our 50 grand or not, which we did, but Colorado is now moving forward as well. Right? And this is in 2026. So where we are, we're about to sue the state of Colorado. We need to identify our civil rights attorney in Colorado. And just because we ideally can get the Colorado lawsuit filed by mid-June doesn't mean we stop there, right? We can ideally by the end of the year sue Delaware, sue Maryland, sue Illinois, Florida, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Utah, Virginia, right? These are all things that could be done maybe in 2027 or 2028. And then you start to see how you can get that extreme rate of change over a very short period of time. Because these social movements, they are not linear, they are exponential. And we saw that just 11 years ago with marriage equality. But it really, the first major victory was in 2003, 2004. It took about 10 years, right? I think we could do this in 5, but it really depends how effectively we organize, fundraise, and how the legal and social advocacy progresses. And so, as I was saying before, our equal protection lawsuit is Hadachek v. Oregon, but we also are about to file Huff v. Colorado, right? So big round of applause for our plaintiff Huff, actually, stepping up to the game, Kristen Huff and Adam Schwartz. We have 2 plaintiffs. And so they are going to be our plaintiffs, 2 young individuals who have been harmed by this and want to protect other children in their state, right? And so Oregon constitutional law is similar to Colorado constitutional law, and there's multiple constitutional provisions that we can prevail on, whether it be the Equal Protection Clause, which says every citizen must be, equally protected. No law shall be passed granting certain citizens certain rights that doesn't belong equally to all citizens. But Oregon's particularly great state to start, because in 2014, its people voted overwhelmingly in a referendum to pass the Equal Rights Amendment, which expressly prohibits denying equal rights on the basis of sex, right? So the Oregonian people, they are 100% behind us in principle when they passed this constitutional amendment 12 years ago, and this movement has made so much progress since. And I'm not gonna really get into the weeds of what the exact statute says, but essentially it criminalizes all female genital cutting unless there's a pressing medical need, which is virtually non-existent, and it's the same with males. Our baby boys are born perfect. They don't need immediate corrective surgery, and in fact, it's really harmful when you start removing functional tissue. And so I thought I had hidden a bunch of these slides, honestly, but that's okay. I'm gonna just jump to the end. So, well, I guess it is the same theory, so we're gonna get through it. Sorry, this was a lot of work putting this on, so I was like doing everything at once. But so really the constitutional theory in Oregon is the only way that you can justify a statute that discriminates on the basis of sex is if there are specific biological differences between men and women that can justify that discrimination. They have to be specific and they have to be compelling and substantial. And so if you look at the genitals of, in utero as they're developing, and I think Dr. Ross discussed, and others, maybe Shay, in terms of there's baths of hormones, and I'm not an expert at this, but depending on how the hormones bathe the fetus, you're either male or female typical genitalia or somewhere in between. But the point is, the genitals all come from the same structure, right? And whether you be male or female, they all have very important functions that facilitate protection, they facilitate sexual intercourse, they facilitate the intended use, right? Form and function are inextricably bound. Biology 101, it is what you first learn, right? And so the Hadachek v. Oregon legal theory essentially argues that, that there are no compelling substantial biological differences or specific biological differences between removing functional tissue from a female or a male. And we haven't really heard any arguments from the state of Oregon to the contrary. And if they do dispute that there are certain biological differences that could justify male genital cutting, but not justify female genital cutting, well, then we can have a trial on that. And that would be fantastic. We get all the experts in the world to come to Oregon, explain to the jury that these are functional, normal, healthy parts of the body, and they have over a dozen functions. And 99+% of men, if they had the choice, they would keep them and enjoy the normal, natural genitalia they were born with. And so if we take a look at kind of the severity of genital cutting, right? And you could get quite academic about it, which I'm not going to do right now, but scholars and physicians, let's say they grade how severe the genital cutting is, right? And so for female genital mutilation, female genital cutting, there's anywhere from, pricking the clitoris or the clitoral hood to really gruesome removal and sewing and all that. And all of it's illegal. And that's fantastic, right? And if you look at male genital mutilation, there's different types, but any person, even if you're not a physician, you could perform a surgery on a newborn as long as it's a male and as long as it's on his penis, which is totally an aberration. And John Silla talked about this. When you look at the law and something really sticks out and doesn't fit into the mold, it tells you that something's wrong and that something is ripe for change, right? And so that's what we're doing with the courts. We're pointing out that inconsistency. And this inconsistency it's not a rounding error, it's not a typo, it is major and it is on its face. And right now it is working in every substantive way in Oregon. And so myself, Peter Adler, Samra Saffarini, Lake Paraguay, David Marker, we're all working, the legal team, we're all working together to ensure that that lawsuit has a positive outcome. And the crux of it, if we have to litigate on the merits, are specific biological differences that could justify, okay, why is the removal of the foreskin legal, but all these other things are not, right? Because it's real outlier in the legal landscape. So in Oregon and every state has a different law. And that's one of the reasons why it's so expensive to do this work, because we have to research the legislative history, what was the intent of the legislature when they passed the anti-FGM law? How has the Supreme Court in that state interpreted specific provisions in specific instances? And how does our argument relate to those past cases where, the equal protection provision has to be litigated, or, free exercise of religion, which is not really at issue right now. And so, but in Oregon, and the reason I bring that up is Oregon courts, state courts actually have a broader grant of authority than other state court judges. Like our Oregon court judge, who Lake Paraguay mentioned, Judge Orden Orr, actually has the authority under certain case law to actually expand the law and to say, it's not just that we're going to strike the female genital cutting statute because it's overt sex-based discrimination, but he actually has the authority to expand it. Instead of striking the statute, strike the word female, and it's just the anti-genital cutting statute, right? It applies equally to all children. And that would be the ideal outcome of this lawsuit, right? Win or lose, though, as Lake was talking about, it's going to go up on appeal, and then it's another academic exercise, where we're going to be relying on all the nonprofits here and the leaders to be writing amicus briefs and supporting this and showing that this is a global movement of people who have woken up to this child abuse that has been ingrained in America. Now, there's other types where, as I mentioned, the anti-FGM law could just be stricken from the books, but there's still a federal anti-FGM law which makes it illegal. And Oregon legislatures have already stated that if you were to circumcise a female, it would still be unlawful based off of child abuse statute. So there's no instance where female children in Oregon will be at greater risk of physical harm. But there is a very, very good outcome that every child becomes equally protective, and we save a lot of children in Oregon. And as the graph showed before, Oregon would be fantastic, and we love protecting children there, but we want to get the entire country. And because America is so influential, that can change the world. And then the final outcome, which is still possible, is being dismissed for standing. And the reason I include that is because the Oregon lawyers on the other side who represent the state have said they're still going to take another crack at standing, which, they're not, that's ostensibly nixed the motion to dismiss, but, we'll see what happens. And Lake's like, I don't think it's going to happen, which is great. So maybe it'll be on the merits. We'll see. We've sent our stipulated facts, or proposed stipulated facts, to opposing counsel, and we're waiting to hear back to see, what the state will agree to and what we have to litigate over, right? And so this movement is ripe for victory in the immediate future, and it's because all of the factors really are on our side. And we've heard from many people about discussing the American Academy of Pediatrics. They used to give a lukewarm recommendation, a permission slip, as one speaker put it. And those authors of that expired policy recommendation have actually retracted their pro-circumcision stances. But what we found recently with, I think it was about 500,000 men in Canada, that there was no difference in sexually transmitted disease rates between male and female. It was the same. And at the end of the day, of course, it's safe sex practices that prevent sexually transmitted diseases. It has nothing to do with the presence or absence of normal anatomy. In politics, see, as Brad says, yes, a lot of great messaging. Love is love, one marriage equality. Protecting the children is going to win our movement of protecting children from genital mutilation. But as Brad always reminded me, an airplane flies with two wings. Right? So wherever we are on the political spectrum, whether you be on the left whether you be on the right. This is an issue that everybody can get behind, right? And we've seen that in the last 2 days, where people who would not agree on anything else come together and fly to downtown Los Angeles to come here to say, whatever my other beliefs are, we all agree that we need to protect these children. And there's no one else there to protect them. Everyone wants to do what's best for them. We just have these ingrained memes, these ingrained thoughts that have been recurring. And now they're beginning to chip away, as Jen, I think it was the boulder. We're all chipping away at that boulder, and that boulder is cracking, right? And I'm hopeful, and it is much smaller than it used to be, right? And the smaller the boulder gets, the easier it is to chip away. And we have international momentum as well. Yes, some nations, have tried to ban it. Iceland, Denmark, Germany, there was a lot of international pressure on them. And a lot of it was from the United States, right? And the more the US steps away from it, the more permission these other nations have to actually pass laws to protect every child equally. But when you're a trading partner and you rely on the United States for security or other things, sometimes it is politically expedient for politicians, and we've seen this in other states, to drop the issue, to say, hey, maybe 88% of our population, like in Denmark, wants to outlaw genital cutting, but it's just not politically expedient because it's going to upset the United States, and that's going to wreak havoc on a whole bunch of other things. But the vast majority of Europe doesn't fund male genital mutilation. The conversation has shifted entirely to not whether it should be, we should do it or not, but whether we should ban it or not, right? Because the conversation in America primarily is whether we should do it or not. And it's kind of like the foot binding. We are on the decline, and the more we decline, the faster it's going to go. And maybe there are certain exceptions for certain cultural or ethnic groups that, it's a step in the ladder or whatnot. But the reality is we want to protect as many children as possible in as short as period of time. And age has tempered me, and you just got to be pragmatic about it. And what can we do with the resources that we have, right? And we want to be high impact with the resources that we have. And this is just kind of why did we start our efforts in Oregon. It's because Oregon has one of the lowest rates of male genital mutilation in the country. So it really is a good place to start. The vast majority of boys are kept intact in Oregon already. So if the court, Judge Orr circles the square and not only doesn't just strike the statute, but just strikes the word female and applies it to all children equally, it's not going to change the, let's say, preferences for most parents, because the vast majority of parents are already keeping their children intact. This was the latest numbers from 2012, so I'm sure the numbers are even lower now. And when Justin, who's organized so much and has put this organization on his back, so big round of applause for Justin. But when he organized Portland Pride, and Intact Global had a presence with GalDef, right? We had like thousands of people come up to us and say, thank you so much for what you're doing. It was, I think, unanimously positive, like overwhelmingly. And we found, and even when we went to the conference, like the wait staff in the wine bar, they're like, oh, that's the best thing I've ever heard. I didn't know people were doing that. This is fantastic, right? So the conversation has shifted entirely. I'm a millennial, and what's after me, Gen Z? And what's after that, Gen X or something? Oh man, okay. Anyway, so the point is, millennials have moved largely away from it, and certainly Gen Z, and I don't know how old alphas are, but they are the people who are having children, and we've already, I wouldn't say we've won that battle, but we are winning like dramatically. If you look at that subsection, I think we're well over the 50% mark if you're already at the 50% mark in totality, right, of circumcision. And John Stiller was talking about how, law affects culture and courts don't want to get too far in front of the law. And so that also kind of informs our legal strategy here. So yes, we've been able to raise enough money in the last 2 days to really move this forward in Colorado, which is fantastic, right? But we don't want to move, we don't want to, let's say, test states who are not ready to do this, right? Because these in red is the states with the highest rates of circumcision, mostly Midwest. So even if Illinois has a statutory scheme that might be friendly, it's still going to be tough to do. But the Pacific Northwest is fantastic, right? And Oregon is up there, and so is Colorado. California has its own problems because of the 2012 San Francisco ban that backfired, right? And so then we have to overcome health and safety code that, prohibited local bans on circumcision and all that. Oh, and it's also the law in this state that circumcision has a wide array of health benefits. That is like the statute in this state. And so it's also the 5th largest economy in the world. So we want to target states that are primarily not circumcising the majority of their children already. Washington is an excellent third option. So Tony will be figuring out how we're getting to you. But yeah, this is kind of informing our strategy. And even I have a website, it's very simple. I'll probably update it soon. It says schedule a consultation. And now I'm getting a lot more of young men who are cut from various states to say, hey, can I file a lawsuit here? Or can I file a lawsuit there? And I have a folder where, if we have the right statutes, the right constitutional provisions, the right plaintiffs, and then we raise the money, we're going to do that. But really the barrier, we had 2 barriers to moving to Colorado. One was money, and the other was finding our right attorney, and we raised the money this weekend. So let's go. Thank you so much. We really did that. And then Georgianne is helping, and so is Mickey and others. We have a plan to find our Colorado attorney in the immediate future. And that's why this is so important to get together, because we can help each other move things forward. So of the 2 things to move to state number 2, we've got one, and we've got a solid plan and a solid network of people doing number 2. So, and also Stephen as well, who's been sending emails and inquiries. So thank you. So we're going to find our Colorado attorney. We're going to find him or her soon, right? Or them. Oh, well, thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. Oh, yes. So, well, and Ellie was showing this graph as well in terms of worldwide rates of male genital mutilation. It's just kind of a bird's eye view. What are we talking about? America, so putting aside tribal circumcision, religious circumcision, America really really stands on an island here. And we did introduce circumcision through military bases in South Korea, but they've moved away from it. I mean, not entirely, but largely. But yeah, we stand on an island still on our just institutionalized genital cutting of males. And a lot of it is, monetary incentives, cultural inertia. And although we are chipping away at that boulder, I think once we turn the tide here, the rest of the world will flip too. Because you look at the World Health Organization, there are major initiatives to ban female genital mutilation worldwide, which is fantastic. But it would be a lot more morally compelling and cohesive and cogent to just remove the word female and just ban genital mutilation worldwide. How are we supposed to come into Africa and say, hey, stop cutting your baby girls when we're doing the same thing to our baby boys, right? We're removing functional tissue, and yes, there's different grades of genital cutting, but we just shouldn't do any of it. It's the simplest argument and the easiest change to do. So there are a few future strategies, pie in the sky. Let's say we raise a whole bunch of money, or I think the founder of Minecraft is anti-circumcision, a billionaire. Let's say he goes, here's $20 million. We can also address, I think it's someone who's not controversial, right? We can also address funding, right? Because one of the reasons this is done is because the state pays for it. So all of us, well, I can't say all of us pay our taxes, but I'm sure most of us pay our taxes, and a percentage of that goes to cutting the genitals of our baby boys or intersex, and then even some females who have too big a clitoris, which is not a defect, right? And so what this graph shows is that if you defund circumcision for Medicaid, state Medicaid, then the circumcisions go down, right? That's simple supply and demand. Nothing to do with morals or ethics or medicine, but it has a pragmatic result of protecting children. And so this is an article that the New Hampshire House passed legislation to remove circumcision from Medicaid, the House, not the Senate, but big round of applause for Tony's efforts, who joined us today. Where are you, Tony? Anyway, the Senate, though, was not a fan, and that did not get passed, but that doesn't mean it won't, in the next legislative session, right? And so there's a few ways that we can prevail. One of those ways is kind of like the Obergefell, Loving v. Virginia route, and that the Supreme Court, the ultra-conservative Supreme Court, which is very unlikely, sides with us and says, you know what, infant circumcision is illegal, right? You can't just protect one sex of children if you don't protect all of them. And that would be a federal constitutional challenge. And that nuance would have gotten lost on me before I went to law school, and Lake talked about it a little, but each state has its own constitution, and then the federal government has the constitution that we all talk about and are familiar with. And it's the 14th Amendment, right, abolishing slavery, equal rights for all. That's the one that could be used to challenge the federal anti-FGM law to get a similar outcome in Oregon. But the reality is, you're not going to change the tanker of the United States of America all at once. You're going to do it by getting 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 states, just like we did with ending interracial marriage or marriage equality, right? I mean, two fundamental constitutional rights. Another option which could really change the entire landscape is that if we defund circumcision for federal Medicaid, if it just, the funding went gone. It's a snap of the fingers of Robert or RFK to say, hey, we're not going to do that anymore. It's medically unnecessary and we're going to save money. And with that, the rates would probably drop 30, 40%. And as I mentioned before, it's not linear, it's exponential. And if we're already at the 50-ish or so percent, and some people say it's more because of pediatricians, but the reality is we're about 50-50, right? With that huge drop, it would essentially vanish. Or finally, and this is what we're moving towards, but we could also, the faster we do it, the better, is it just falls out of favor. We just stop doing it. It doesn't become illegal. There's no cause of action. It's just people are educated, right? The conversation changes. The frame has changed. It's not about, torturing babies and the blood and the scream and the genitals of children, and all those elements are involved, but it's protecting the children. It's love is love. Right? It's the things that you can bring at your dinner table that everybody can get behind, and everyone can get behind protecting children, right? It is a message that is universally resonates with practically anyone, right? So beyond Oregon and Colorado, what do we want moving forward? Well, we would love more brave young, and they have to be young for statutory reasons, although Samra has a very brilliant legal theory that might circumvent that. But we want plaintiffs, right? Primarily young men who have been harmed by this. But if you're an older man who've been harmed by this, it's certainly possible. But it just introduces additional complexities for reasons that, we don't have to get into the weeds of. We need more attorneys, paralegals, young law students, you name it. And we're going to take a picture. Don't let me forget all the attorneys who came here. We're going to have a picture of the legal team. We're going to have a picture of all the doctors, and then we'll try to organize a group picture. I know it's like herding cats, but we'll do our best, right? And we need more doctors as well, and other healthcare professionals, which we had. We have more doctors, Dr. Thompson, Dr. Ross, thank you so much for coming. We have doctors opposing circumcision, Dr. Mason. And so as many doctors as we can get on board, because I've spoken to doctors, and some are at professional risk for saying, hey, I'm not going to be involved in this. And if the doctor's not involved in this, it makes the hospital look bad. It also takes money away from the hospitals because this is a profitable procedure. But we need more doctors with integrity and who have the backbone to protect these children. And then finally, we need volunteers as well, right? I mean, this weekend wouldn't have been possible without the exceptionally hard volunteer work of Che, so thank you. Deborah, thank you so much. And of course, Justin as well. And then all of the people who've helped at a discounted rate to make it happen. So Ellie, Penny, thank you so much. And also Ina, who's not here, but she organized the event with catering and all that. And any volunteers can help. Dwayne, Alana, thank you for coming early to help set up, right? So, and this was a huge effort. This is not typically set up this way, and we really made it happen with the volunteer team. So thank you so much. And so I guess my last slide for now is thank you so much for joining us. We raised our goal. We've made new networks. We made substantial progress. We've got a ton of media, and we are just beginning, right? That graph to equal rights for all children. So thank you so much for coming, and I look forward to seeing you next year.
Okay. So Eric, we wanna actually thank one more person because I think it's important. And his name is Eric Klopper.
Oh.
And speaker recognition.
Oh, that's so sweet.
But we just want to thank you for everything. I mean, what an amazing soup to nuts vision you have from like, you know, the naked warrior to the happy warrior to the it's really you got it all covered. I gotta say. And I just want to say, we're not slowing down, we're not backing off, and we are not going to rest until every child is protected. So, and we are going to win this. We're going to win this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
So, on behalf of all of us, we want to thank all of you for coming. And also, I want to say to our streamers, these folks, like, you know, they paid money to come here, stay at a hotel, and they gave money. So if you can do anything to help us too, that would be great. Because this community is extraordinary. I want us to all look at each other, and whether we agree with certain things or disagree with, I actually like that we disagree. I like that I'm learning so much from the people I disagree with. So I just want to thank you all. We want to thank you on behalf of everyone. We want to thank you all. And we want to thank you as well, the people watching, streaming who weren't able to be here. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All of the lawyers, if you can come on stage, and then after that, we're going to do all of the doctors, and then everyone together, please. And thank you again to Brother K and Bloodstained Men, Brother K and Bloodstained Men. Thank you so much.
Hey, come on, buddy. Sam, I guess we'll let it slide.
Lawyers and law students.
Yeah, that's right.
Should we get rid of this?
We'll stand on the sides of it.
Go in front of
bring
it.
it back. Yeah, we'll just go in front of it.
Yeah. Yeah, did you want to get out of the way, Deb? Because I'm going to put it all the way back.
I'm trying.
You're not that big. John's taller than I am.